It is now 6:01. We'll call our Dickinson County Board of Supervisor regular meeting of September the 27th to order. I will acknowledge that all 5 board members are present. Our county administrator, Mr. Barton, is here. Our clerk, Teresa Lyle. Our economic development, Dana Cronkite. And Adam Mullins will be doing the live feed on the internet. Our attorney, Will Sturgill, has been tied up in a court case, and he will possibly be joining us by phone a little bit later. First thing is prayer. And Mr. Barton, would you care to lead us in prayer?
Let's bow our heads. Most kind and gracious Heavenly Father, Lord, we come before you once again this evening, Lord, and Lord, we're just asking for wisdom, Lord, for our supervisors as they make decisions to lead our county, Lord. Dear Lord, we have so much to be thankful for, Lord. We're thankful for the good day today, Lord, the groundbreaking that we had for the Food City project, Lord, that's been worked on for so long. Lord, just pray for our citizens, Lord, all the sicknesses out there, Lord, the COVID cases, Lord. We just pray that you would provide healing for us, Lord, and be with us, we pray. It's all these things we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. And if we will all stand, and Mr. Peters lead us in the pledge.
Everyone face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item number 2 on our agenda is the approval of the minutes from our public hearing on August 23rd and our regular meeting also on August 23rd. Are there any discussions, corrections, or additions to those minutes?
Madam Chair, if no one has any concerns, I'd make a motion we approve both minutes.
Okay. And a second?
I'll second.
We have a move and second on the floor to approve the minutes of last month's meeting. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Any opposed? Item number 3, approval of the agenda. Are there any, we have one addition, I see, and are there any other additions to come before?
Mr. Barton, do we need to add this thing from Cumberland Waste Authority?
I think on that, Mr. Peters, we can add that in with just our bills. We can speak on that when we do our bills, or if you like it as a separate agenda item.
Okay, yeah, that's fine, that's
Okay.
fine. Okay.
Okay, if it's okay with everybody, the agenda amendment is the Cumberland Plateau Planning District Commission resolution. Can that be added into the new business under B and have it B2?
I think that'd be appropriate. You Josh?
Okay,
That's, that or do I, either one, I don't care, whatever's.
Or you want
pleasure,
add
Madam
it?
Chair.
we can either way. Well, we'll just make it the last one on the list and make it item number 8, and it will be item I. We'll follow the transfer station schedule.
It will be the Cumberland Plateau.
Yes. The one that was in our packet to be added. Okay, any other motion and a second, please?
So move.
I'll second it, Madam Chair.
Okay, we have a moving second to approve the agenda with one addition. All in favor, please say aye. Aye as well. Any opposed? Okay. Moving on to item number 4, the consent agenda. Are there any comments, discussions, questions, or Mr. Barton, would you like to give an explanation with that?
I would. Thank you, Madam Chair. On the desk before you, there's a letter that just came in the mail today from Cumberland Plateau. It's an additional bill that'll have to be paid this month for $5,145.18. And this is for the annual Virginia DEQ financial assurance for the Dickinson County Transfer Station. Mr. Peters, you probably share more about it since you're our member on the committee.
Yes, so what this is we have to keep funds on deposit to cover in case we had to close down the transfer stations. And this year, there was an increase of about $19,000. So we're part of an authority with 2 other counties. They're taking the remainder of some funds they had left over and adding that to it. So then our contribution, because it's split equally, it's an administrative cost each of the counties has to pay. And that's $5,145.18 that we'll have to add. So,
Thank you, Mr. Peters. And looking at the letter, it shows the authority paid $3,789 out of your balance,
Yes.
and it looks like each of the 3 counties is paying the $5145.18. So that's the only addition we had as far as with the bills that just came today. So I'll entertain any other questions everyone has. Of course, the agenda is a little bit different layout. We have the consent agenda, so all these items, the approval of expenditures, county administrator's report, the drug court community work program report, the animal control report, and the fire rescue report would all be approved together with one motion. And the new reports that are in there from drug court, animal control, and fire rescue, we will have more information on those next month. There's some items that we would like to have that they're going to be tracking and providing in future months. So any feedback you all have on those reports or anything else you'd like to see on them, please let me know, and I'll make sure it gets included. So there's also, as we move along, some additional reports that'll be added to this from some other departments as we move along. So
I make a motion that we approve all of the A, B, C, D, E, including the $5,145.18 to be paid also.
Okay, thank you. And a second for that?
Did we approve the agenda?
yeah, we did.
Okay.
You made the motion, yeah?
I'll second it.
Okay, I did, well,
Yeah,
So-
'cause we added that one, the resolution.
so at least where I think we are, we're still approving the agenda. We're not, I think Ms. Willis is
I thought we
moving to
approved
approve
the agenda.
expenditures and.
I did too, that's
Okay,
why I marked
all
it
right,
off.
we did, all right.
I
Okay.
have Josh made the motion
So
and
we not
Rod
wanna
seconded.
go over
Did we vote on
the
it?
items in this?
We voted on the agenda.
Normally, you would read those reports.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that is what you're missing.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's
Right.
what you're missing.
that's where the change is this time. Just trying to streamline the
we're not gonna go
consent
over
agenda.
these. Okay.
It's all a matter of
Very
record,
good.
public record.
That's fine with me. Very good.
If there's questions, we should bring it up.
Yeah.
I have none, Madam Chair, and I
Yeah.
apologize. So I see what we're doing now. No problem.
The way I understand the consent agenda, they're all in there for our knowledge or our records, and once they're approved or whatever, they become public records that anybody can see
They're
them, but we
part of the
vote on them
minutes.
as a group in the
Right.
consent
Right, it's just
agenda.
usually
Yes,
your
and if there was a
non-controversial
concern that
items,
you
they just get-
identified, you should bring it up right
recurring,
now.
non-controversial items.
Yeah.
Yes, very good. I'm sorry
We've
for
always
derailing
approved
us.
this green sheet in our expenditures. This is the expenditures in the green sheets that we have to go over.
Yeah,
Yeah,
And I made a motion for the extra $5,145.18 that we need to pay.
yes.
okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second to approve the consent agenda A through E with the additional expense item of $5,145 to be paid. Do, all in favor, please say aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye as well. Any opposed? Okay. Moving on to item number 5, public comment. Our telephone number is 276-333-0357 for anyone who would like to call in. There is a 3-minute time to speak if you call in or if you are in person and would like to speak. So floor is open for any public comment. I do thank everyone that has come. This is probably one of the bigger crowds that we've had in a while to attend a board meeting. I do thank all of you all for coming. Whether you're on the agenda to speak or have a program or just come out to be with us, I do thank you. So if there's anybody for a public comment, the floor is open. Have a call. Okay.
It's warmer.
Oh, boy, I'm dying.
I know, I'm about ready to shed my jacket.
We'll already start freezing us to death.
There you go.
I think it's just right.
I said, there's JR. I didn't see you all back there. How are you all?
We're doing right, ourselves, board members.
No comment? Woo-hoo. Phone call? Okay.
It always concerns me, you know, I'll get on Facebook sometimes and read, and people just, yeah. And then I say, why don't you come out to why don't you come out to our meetings and express your opinion? I like to hear your opinion.
I've got a comment.
Okay.
And I said it last meeting, but you guys weren't there. But our last meeting, I pointed this out, and I want to thank you guys again, because on the first day of that flooding we had, you guys were out there all day, and it wasn't even in your area of coverage, and I thank you for that.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay. Are we ready to entertain a motion to close public hearing and move on?
May I make a comment, please?
Yes.
I would just like to let everyone know that I am having a small business town hall meeting on October the 12th at 6 p.m. In this room. So anyone that has a small business, entrepreneur, that would like to come and attend, it would be kind of a meet and greet so that I can meet folks, be able to hear about your business, maybe some needs for the community, and share some learning opportunities that I have been able to secure for the county for free. I would love for folks to come out. I did leave some flyers in the back, so please feel free to take those and share those with any small business owners.
Where are we gonna advertise that?
What time?
It's at 6 p.m.
We have it on Facebook right now, and she's going out to put it on some of the
Webpage.
community bulletin boards, and
Yeah,
we've notified the newspaper, Mr. Lester, so.
I thought that was for,
our website too.
It's on our website.
That's good.
but there's something coming
Fair-
today.
As usual, you got it covered.
Okay. Thank you.
You want to mention about the Veterans Dinner too?
I can.
Yeah.
What's the date?
The date is November 10th.
Right, and we, as of last meeting, we determined that we were gonna have a Veterans Day breakfast celebration on November the 10th at 9 a.m. That will be held here in this building. We'll have more information in
It'll be
October about
downstairs.
that. But those flyers are also in the back of the room, so please feel free to take those and share. I've been in contact with the vice principal at Ridgeview and have asked if some of the Beta students or some of those students that need that service would be able to attend. So we're still working out the details of that, but we would love to have all the veterans in the community come and celebrate that day with us.
Yes. Thank you.
Before you close out the public comments, could I?
Sure.
Yeah, just step forward and state your name.
Dana, do you want to tell them about the Shifty Powers road naming? Do you know about that?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Willis. On this upcoming Friday, September 30th at 11 o'clock at the Clinchco Fire Department, we're going to be meeting there because there's going to be a highway dedication for Shifty Lane. They've actually changed the designation of that highway. It's going to be the Shifty Powers, Staff Sergeant Shifty Powers Memorial Highway on that. And they're going to hold a dedication there. VDOT's going to be there. The family will be there. And it'll be, to honor him and everything that he done. So please come out and join us for that as well.
Okay, my name is Roy Harris. I'm Chief of Sandy Ridge Volunteer Fire Department. I wasn't able to attend the ARPA meeting that you all had, the workshop. So I just wanted to know if there's another one scheduled or what may have come out of the previous one.
Right. And on the previous workshop, we don't have another one scheduled yet. We will be scheduling one. And we did consider all the requests, I think, from my memory. I don't have my stuff with me, but you had a couple in, one for a truck and one for something else. But at this time, I don't think that we approved anything on Sandy Ridge right now.
Okay, well, the most important would be the SCBA's because we still haven't heard anything from FEMA
Right.
on the grant that we sent in. And so that's something that, I'll be checking on.
Right.
I just wanted to touch base with you and see if there was if you had an idea when you might be having another one.
Right, and I'll let you know as soon as we get one scheduled, so we don't have anything on the books right now, though.
I think,
Okay, thank you.
correct me if I'm wrong, so your requests are still there.
Right.
Just because they're not approved yet, doesn't mean they may not get approved later.
Right.
We're carrying things on those books because we've got a while to spend this money.
Right.
And we gotta be careful that we don't just use it all up in case something happens that's more critical, or, and generally speaking, the fire departments is one of those areas where we have more critical things.
Right.
And you know, I can also tell you straight off that Wise County's not gonna try to contribute anything to that effort as far as the SCBA's go, because we're not located in Wise County. So I have a lawyer checking in on that to see what the legal part of it is that I might be able to pursue, actually putting in a substation in Wise County. Then they can't say we're not located in Wise County. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Roy.
Thank you. Any comments? Okay, motion to close public.
I'll make a motion that we close public comment, Madam Chair.
Okay, a second.
Second.
Okay, we have a moving second on the floor to close public comment. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Any opposed? Okay. Down to item number 6, which is, we have 3 people here for our meetings. The first one is Rachel Patton with Southwest Virginia Workforce Development Board.
Good evening. Thank you all for having me here tonight. As you all are aware, last year Dickinson County awarded the Southwest Virginia Workforce Development Board some ARPA funding to cover a number of initiatives. I know that you've talked to some of my coworkers this summer about the youth initiative and the Cars to Work program. I'm here tonight to talk about the Small Business Empowerment Expansion Grant. You all gave us $50,000 to administer that grant in Dickinson County. And it's modeled after another initiative that we have in a couple of other counties that we serve with foundation funding. And the foundation only serves those 2 counties. And we've long looked for a way to replicate that program in other counties because it's been so successful. And so this, the SB program, as we call it, focuses on small existing businesses, because in my role as Director of Business Services, as I'm working with businesses, that's one of the things that I was repeatedly hearing from small businesses is, listen, there's a lot of funding out there to help with startups. And there's a lot of funding out there to help with the big guys when they go to expand. But I've had my small business here, you know, for 5 years, for 3 years, for 10 years, and I could bring another product or service. I could hire someone. I could expand my business if there was a little bit of funding. And so that's how we developed the SB initiative. And so in Dickinson County, we had $50,000 to provide assistance to small businesses. And so what we did is we worked with the Dickinson County Chamber of Commerce and Rita Surratt. We set up our application process. Like I said, our definition of small business was a business located in Dickinson County that was an existing business with 50 or fewer employees. And we opened up the application process in October, November of last year. We had 13 applicants for that funding. We were able to provide 7 awards. There were 4 businesses that received the entire $10,000, and there were 3 businesses that got partial awards. So we tried to stretch that funding as far as we could to help as many businesses as we could. And so when I say expansion, there's a number of things that funding can be used for. It can be used for equipment purchases. It can be used for technical assistance types of things, or capacity building. So think marketing, HR, accounting practices, you know, purchasing a piece of equipment to add a new product or service. And so some of the things that we did, we helped an accounting firm purchase a tax software and equipment to be able to expand their services to provide tax services to businesses and individuals in Dickinson County. So that's a new service that, you know, if you're going to live in Dickinson County or have a business in Dickinson County, you need to have access to. We helped another business be able to purchase equipment, a health and wellness business purchase equipment to expand their facilities to include occupational therapy. So it's my understanding they currently done physical therapy, but for occupational therapy, folks were having to travel outside of the county, and so now those services, they're currently working to hire that position, but they're going to be able to offer those services here in Dickinson County. We helped a couple of businesses be able to purchase QuickBooks software and the things that they need to use to be able to manage the accounting for their business, because we know that to be able to scale a business, sometimes I find that small businesses are, using notebooks or Excel sheets to be able to do accounting. Well, when you start hiring folks and having to do payroll, you really need to have QuickBooks in place to be able to manage that. We've also helped with a couple of other equipment purchases, a loader for a logging company that was going to increase production and allow them to hire additional people. So I just wanted to come tonight to just express my thanks to you all for providing that funding. The businesses that I have talked to have asked that I express their gratitude. They were astounded and just honored that you all recognized how much that their contribution meant to Dickinson County, and were able to provide some funding for them to provide more products and services and jobs in Dickinson County. I'd like to also thank Rita Surratt with the Dickinson County Chamber of Commerce. One of the requirements that we have for the grant is that if you are awarded, we ask that you join the Dickinson Chamber of Commerce, simply because we think that helps you get connected with a network of other small businesses that can help you. And also we know that Rita is a terrific resource for helping you get connected to other grants and to help your business grow. And so, but she's been a tremendous partner in this as well. And I guess lastly, I just want to add that I just appreciate your all's support over the years. I've been with the Workforce Development for nearly a decade, and I cannot think of an instance when we have ever approached Dickinson County with a project or an initiative or an idea that you all have not jumped on board and been eager participants in. And we've been able to do some great work in Dickinson County because of that. And so we just really appreciate your support of our efforts in the region and in Dickinson County. And, look forward to seeing what else we can do to help Dickinson County be successful. We do our best work in the counties that partner with us as closely as Dickinson County does. And so I'd be glad if you all have any questions that I can answer.
I have one,
Sure.
if I may, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I am very happy, and I think it's a great investment. And what the work you guys are doing is awesome. What I was gonna ask is, are we collecting any data on how many people are being employed and stuff like that? Because it might be good metrics for you to have. It'd be good to justify other things coming down the road, because there's other funding agencies that are involved in this community or in the 4 counties that we might be able to apply for other things.
Yes, so we actually do a return on investment for this. Typically, I allow them a year out to be able to kind of start measuring some of those metrics. So I'll be approaching them next year and asking for those metrics, like what was your cost savings, where we've increased efficiency or built capacity in areas, how many employees, how many jobs did this retain or add, how did your sales increase, and see if we can measure some of those things. So
That'll be
we
awesome.
will be gathering that data and would be glad to share that back with you all. To see if that can be helpful in bringing additional funding to Dickinson County for small businesses.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, you said you awarded 7?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Uh-huh.
Did they all get the same amount of money, or is it different?
No, there were 4 that got the total $10,000 award, based on the things that they asked for. And then we did 3 partial awards to try to stretch the funding as far as we could.
So you have used all that $50,000?
We have about $5,000 left that's encumbered but not spent out. I'm working with the last few businesses to get those items purchased and get that spent out.
Well, just something that I don't know if they, the marina down here is, I have been down there 2 or 3 times, and I'm trying, because I sit on the VCTA board, they have applied for a seed grant, which is a $10,000 I think, unless they lower it down some, because I'm getting so many requests. But I assume they didn't apply for that. They have been granted a permit to sell food, so that is a good for the marina. We, we need to really stress the marina and the John Flanagan Dam, because that's the only marina within 7 counties, I guess, so.
I would be glad to reach out to them and see if there's ways that I can get them connected. And
I wish you
some
could
ways
help,
that
if you can. It's Sarah and Michael Oakwin that are running the marina, and they're really trying. They put everything they have into that marina. They sold their homes, they're living in a camper, and I would really like to see it prosper. I mean, I think they had, last time I was down there, had 50 boats that were moored there for the summer, and they can do as high as 96. I believe it is. But they really need funding. I believe in November they will be awarded the VC to $10,000 grant, which will help them to, because they need a dump station and then a way to pump it out. So if you could reach out to them and see if you could offer them any help.
Okay, I'd be more than happy to do that.
It's Michael and Sarah Oakwin. Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I will get your information from Mr. Barton, and let's connect and talk about the ways that we can work together, and I will also get the information. I need to also go down to the marina and meet those folks, so maybe we can do that together.
I would like that. You have actually been on my list to get connected with, so I was hoping we could exchange information tonight.
I have some of my cards from my life.
Great, great. Okay. Well, again, I thank you all for your partnership and for your creativity and innovation. You all have made a great partner, and we look forward to seeing what else we can do in Dickinson County.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Rachel.
Rachel.
Thank you for coming, appreciate that. And I'm glad our board voted last year, had a little bit of struggle getting it to go through and stuff, but I'm glad that our board helped that so we could help our businesses, and the other grants help children and people to get to work and all that. I appreciate you all working for our county. Okay, the second person on the list is James Markham, Southwest Regional Recreation Authority.
Not James Markham, but Jack McClanahan, Assistant Director of Spearhead Trails. And I believe most of you know the folks with me. Melissa Rose is our Executive Director. Joe Blevins is our Project Manager. We're here to bring you up to date as best we can on the things that's been going on with Spearhead. We recently had the official opening of our Sportsman's Complex in Snowball Holler. It's well attended. We had Delegate Wampler and Senator Hackworth, people from all over the region, including a delegation from Lee County. If y'all haven't had an opportunity to go up and see the Sportsman's Complex, I certainly invite you to do so. It's changing all the time, for the better. We're very, very proud of it. It's something that's increasingly drawing people from throughout the region. About 2 months ago, we had a young man from Bluefield who had been a 3-time state champion. Help me out, Joe. What was he shooting? Trap shooting. Can't keep them all straight. First time he did it, he shot 198 out of 200. I don't know what the second time was. Third time, 199 out of 200.
Oh, good shot.
He just went to the Nationals in Indiana, came in second. We sponsored him. The young man, I think now, has turned 15. It's remarkable what talent that we have in our own area. And no matter where a person falls on the Second Amendment, I think it is wonderful to have a place dedicated that is safely managed and in a good area where it's not going to be obtrusive to anyone, the noise, any of that. But I'm gonna let Melissa and Joe bring you up to speed on other aspects that we're working on in the area.
Hi, I'm Melissa. Thanks for having us. One thing I'd like to mention is that we are in the running for a big grant to finish that up there. I think we should know something maybe within the next couple weeks. That would allow us to, everybody that comes up there, and I know Josh and Ron have shot up there, says it's a diamond in the rough and that we just lack that little 2% to push us where we need to be. And hopefully that grant will let us get golf carts, finish putting in the shooting stations we need. We're doing, we started on, what is it called? Shooting matches. I have to think, I don't know all these terms, I'm learning. So it's a lot that we have going on up there. The Andy Rose, if you are familiar with Andy, he has come to work with us. Great asset. So I encourage everybody to reach out to Andy. He's helping with events and he's managing the facility up there. Andy has done great. We've been working with Running in Prison. We've recently worked and been approved with Camp 18. They are going to provide us a spearhead crew 5 days a week. So that's going to be tremendous for us. 2 of those days, I think, at least 1, maybe 2, will be spent at the Sportsman Complex, helping us finalize everything up there. The other 3, they can even go on the trails with us. So that's another thing that we want to talk about, update you on the trails. I'll let Joe kind of tell you a little bit about our meeting with Joey Mullins the other day.
We met, had a meeting with Joey, and there's a couple proposals that they're working on for ATVs and stuff. We talked about some additional roads down in the Haysi area. I think some of those will go through real easy. They've been talk about some other routes around that he's trying to work with and get the speed limits and stuff with to try to get some of those removed.
Yeah, and I think, if I may, Madam Chair, I think like Sand Lick area, because it's a 35 all the way through there, down to Lazarus Branch, because Lazarus Branch is in it. They're open. The one I mentioned briefly to you before we started tonight, the other idea the mayor had down there was an alternate trail that bypassed some of that maybe it's possible to work through a right-of-way to take it up to those 2 places. They want to kind of get up to the old VFW and the old and Martha's place, because they're looking at putting some businesses in there, possibly a hotel and another business.
Larry actually sent us a map of
Yes.
the proposal of those trails, and Joe's going to map those on Onyx to see the landowners to kind of see where that would go.
I understand.
So we've got that one, and then we're working on the one with, where we lost the Farrell Branch down into town.
Yeah.
We're working with Johnny Billiter with the jail. We're going to go to that board meeting about an alternative route that will go on the outskirts of that property from the Kiwanis Park down into town. So we're looking at a couple options and we had a good discussion with Larry last week.
Good. I
Some
just
options.
wanted to put a plug in, and then also, I'd love to see something in Clintwood. You know, we eventually have a trail running through here, and there's been talk, I know, and
Well, one thing that we would like to do is, we've got a lot of people that's approached us with projects, but what we would like to do, I think a lot of people think of Spearhead, they just think only of trails, of the ATVs. But I don't know how many of you all know, but we've purchased the Coburn Home Center. We're doing a soft opening this weekend of the axe room. We have an axe throwing facility that we're opening over there, rock climbing wall. JMU, we've worked with them in Harrisonburg at the university. They're giving us tons of stuff. They gave us basketball goals, bicycles, anything recreation, office equipment. They've donated. We took 4 trailers and have went to get the free stuff they're giving us, and it's donating that to help us.
I don't know what their plans are or anything, and I'm not trying to interfere with it, but I know like the town, we're gonna put a splash pad up here. The town's also planning on putting some other recreational stuff there.
Right.
I don't know what else that.
Well, if there's any needs, his name is Mark Kalapi, and he says if there's any needs that we have, just to let him know, and he'll look for stuff, because they're always redoing the dorms, and they, like their culinary programs, they had plates, and you name it, they had it up there. We got 4 vending machines. that we're gonna be able to use at our facilities. So that's been a good relationship. But what we wanna do is try to get our name out there to let people know we are more than the trails. So we would like to have, and we want your guidance on this, town hall meetings, kind of like what you're talking about. To go, we've talked about going to each community, or do we have one as a whole? And kind of educate people as to what we are. And maybe get some more buy-in, because, you know, we're at the discretion of the landowner whether they let us use that or not, because we don't purchase the property.
No, I understand.
We
What
provide a
about-
liability, but
Yeah.
we don't purchase the property.
What about, on the VDOT issue for putting ATVs on the roadways? What has been the feedback you gotten from VDOT? Is it pretty much only 35 and below areas, or is it, do they give any guidelines that they're looking at?
Right now, that's what it is.
Yeah, that's what I
But
said.
they are looking to change some of that and the stipulations on ATV approved roads.
One of the things that is the main thing, and you brought it up, is in order for a road really to be looked at right now, it needs to have trail access.
Yeah.
It needs to make sense. ENS is perfect. They sell their permits, they have access to the campgrounds. So that would be perfect to have the access all the way out to there. It makes sense.
Yeah.
So it's things like that we see that make sense to
Yeah,
get that.
because they
road.
want to ride their four-wheeler to go get groceries and
Right.
whatever, and that would open up a couple
Right.
facilities.
So we want to go, and, you know, initially we thought each town, so that each community felt involved, but we want your guidance. What do you all suggest?
The other thing I would say is Rhonda briefly a minute ago mentioned the marina. It would be, as that progresses, it would be good to be able to reach that somehow
Right.
for,
You're working with the Corps there, and that's gonna be difficult. But, I certainly, you know, I wanted to contact you and talk about, I went up yesterday went up to look at where the, above the Greenway football field, where the strip job is, where they practice. Of course, they have it blocked, there's a gate there, I had difficulty turning around. But nevertheless, I'm quite, I understand that you want to, that you're more than ATVs, but right now they're very popular.
Oh, yeah, they are.
And I'm very glad that Hayside has what they have, and they have a good trail. I would like to see something in the Clintwood area that would draw in some ATVs. I've been up to the Johnny Dixon property, and it is a fantastic, and I enjoy it, and what my nephews love to shoot, skeet shoot and so forth, but they've been down at Mike's place, and then Kate Jacob's been having some skeet shoots as well. So have you ever looked into the Birch Knob? Is that something you could get an ATV trail to Birch Knob because of the Jefferson National Forest or something?
We talked to Brandon Olinger. I know they have a new director. I can't remember his name. Is it Mark Wright? Maybe. I can't remember his name. I saw it in an email. What was her name before? Michelle Davalos is who we worked with before. But she's took a new position. So we talked, but Brandon Olinger is like her second, I guess the second in command. And he said it's not out of the question for ATV trails to be on U.S. Forest property. But we have to go through, they have called frog meetings. And they have plans that we can go through and make proposals. And if it makes sense, and things that we can show, like the trails and what impact it would have. And of course, people are riding it today. We know that, and they know that. So if we could maybe show that we could help lessen the impact and patrol it, I think it could be an option, but it would take a little while to get done.
Well, that's something I think y'all need to look into in the future, and then I do hope that you will look at I know you've been up there, because it's not far from the Spearhead Trail there in Snowball Hollow, from where they practice up there above where an old strip job is. I don't know the connection. You all do. You probably connected it out. It goes all the way into Baker Ridge, I believe. That does. And I know Glenwood, it's 25 miles per hour through the town of Glenwood. It's not 35, it's 25. But nevertheless, I hope, you know, Peggy and I attended I don't know, it was you I talked to, it seemed like it was, up at UVA Wise, and I asked about Spearhead, and I got a definitely no. that what you,
That,
they was not looking at anything in Dickinson County.
that form that they had up there?
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I definitely know.
Yeah,
It's
no,
sort of
it's always
disappointing.
options.
Pardon me?
I would like to clarify.
It sort of disappointed me when I heard that, you know, I went, we sort of
That
like,
particular
clarify
day
that.
at the college,
It should be done,
was talking to you.
not in the
We were
meeting.
talking about ATV trails.
yes, sir.
And we're working with the Nature Conservancy. They now own the property. And they had told us at this time, pertinent to the ATVs, that they do not anticipate any more as of now. But now that may be something different if you're looking about non-motorized trails, horse trails, bicycle, hiking, all of that. And that would be able to connect downtown with non-motorized. That was what my intent to convey was. Not that we're not planning on any trails, but we must abide by their wishes and their guidelines. And that's what they have told us about the ATV trails at this time. Now, down the road, there may be more. But,
But, you know, there's something to think about where the CSX closed down, they no longer run from Fremont to Lick Fork, which is 13 miles. And of course, you know, the track's still there, but, it's,
I thought at one time the county applied for that.
We did.
I don't know what the status is on that.
Do you know what the status is on
I
that?
do, and that's
Larry?
actually one of the things we've got to talk about during our economic development
Oh, okay.
update.
I know that
tracks.
we had,
Yeah, yeah.
we
I would-
had started that.
Madam Chair, if you're done, Rhonda, I don't want to.
yeah, I appreciate everything you do. I think you're running a great
Well,
I
facility.
apologize for misleading you
okay.
in any manner.
I understand about the nature of the Nature Conservancy and so forth, and you have to do what they, you know, they basically own more land than anybody in the county.
Right.
But nevertheless, I do think it would be a good idea if you looked in the future to Birch Knob and some what we could do to link the
Exactly.
Snowball
If you all
Hollow
know any
in.
property owners that would be willing to work with us,
Sir,
if you know any property owners, private landowners that's willing to work with us, would be
to go to
willing
Birch
to.
Knob, I don't.
I mean, you're talking about around
Anywhere.
town.
Around town, well, all I know is that land up there is owned by, I believe the town of Clintwood owns that, don't they, Larry?
They own a portion of it.
Yeah, they'd
I
mentioned
think
wanting to have a trail in
what
there
we
at
own,
one
the
time.
county mixed up against what they are, I
There's
think.
about 3 landowners that we know of that would
I
that
think-
trail from Snowball.
3 landowners, I think Dr. Ratliff, didn't he own some land up there or something? That's something in the future, you know, it would be good to connect that up there where you've got the shooting range and the archery, and it's just it's a wonderful.
Exactly.
The only thing, that's in my district there, and I've had the thing that I would hope that, you know, that's been stripped up there, and water pours off of that strip job, and the people down below it, and it affects you all too, people getting up there. I mean, sometimes you gotta go through like a creek to get up there. I mean, it just pours out, and of course, VDOT doesn't clean out the ditches, you know, we all know that, so, but nevertheless, I've been up there when water's just shooting, you have too. Water's just shooting off there. There's something to look into with the reclamation. If they could, you know, you could apply for grants with the reclamation to help with that water, it might help with other parts of it. That's just something I'm, you know, sort of
And they
throwing
came
out.
and looked at the property, and they're supposed to get back with us. There was a
They've got so much money for reclamation, and that would be one of the biggest places I think that reclamation could occur and would be beneficial.
But one thing I guess I want to reiterate though is just how important Nature Conservancy is wonderful to work with.
Are they?
Brad Krebs
Good,
and
good.
and that group, we can't ask for a better relationship with
Well,
them.
good, I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, so.
Madam Chair, I got one more thing, and I'm sorry. There's millions of requirements, money and other things working through the landowners is a more difficult task. But I would be remiss if I didn't mention, we have a trail from Grundy to Hayside. We don't have anything to St. Paul yet, do we? And it would be good if we had something to Clinchco, you know, up through Caney Ridge or those areas too.
I know Nature Conservancy has been working with Clinchco on a hiking trail. I know that's one of the things they've talked about, that we We have a monthly call with them, and they keep us informed of everything, and they talk to them about hiking so far.
And we know this is, a lot of this we're discussing may be a long, long time before we.
Yeah.
You guys have done an awesome job, and like you said, the shooting complex is amazing.
Yeah, I think that until you go up there, the wow factor, Joe likes to say that's wow factor. I always compare it to when you go into Pittsburgh. When you go through the tunnel, and once you come up on that hill, it's that effect of what you see when you get up there. And I think Clintwood it should be very proud of what.
You know, the wow factor for me was when they set all those sporting clays in the woods and stuff like that, and I ended up hitting only 3 of the birds. That was a wow factor for me.
So we just would like your all suggestions of how to handle that. I mean, would you see per community? Would you see one county meeting? What's your all thoughts? How would you like to see it handled?
I like to see you have a forum and invite people in, let's hear their opinions and.
Yeah.
One central meeting throughout the county.
Well, I don't know if that'd work or not, but,
I
what,
think if you're gonna hit each of those areas, you're gonna have to have one in each
yeah,
area.
each place, I would think, because,
Yeah.
you know, Hayside's so much farther above us in that regard than Clinchco needs, and then Clintwood does too. You know, I just want to say that it's very nice place to go to.
Well, I wanted to relay, we found it to be very effective when the members of a community reach out to their neighbors to get their input on the right-of-ways and the easements across the property. It works out a little bit better coming from the neighbor than it does from us, many times. Because everyone knows their neighbor, knows, they get to feel their sentiments on it. But I wanted Melissa to tell you about the forthcoming, hopefully, grant for the sportsman's complex and about our headquarters, because she has worked so diligently on these projects. And talking about how far this has come, I've been there since the first meeting. And it's so gratifying to see where it is today and how far it's come. We've had over 40-some projects in request on the board right now. And it's hard to get to everything. Some of them are small, others are quite monumental. And the Rails to Trails project is one of them. Love to see that go. That would be such a boon for the whole area. Would it even been discussed about rail pedal cars? Something we don't even have in our area. There is a few of them up in northern New York, and they've been very successful. That'd be something totally different. But we are open to suggestions that you all may have on anything, any thoughts or questions. That's why we're here. If y'all have any further comment.
Not to belabor this, but money, marketing, you all have got to market that shooting range.
Right.
Whether
And
that's
what we're
TV
here for.
advertisements, whether that's billboards, whether that's a social media blitz.
Heart of
Nobody knows
Appalachia.
about it.
You guys
Well-
should get in touch with Heart of Appalachia.
You have got
advertise
to
it.
market it. And I love Andy Rose. He's a wonderful ambassador. I love Joe. I love Melissa. Wish Joe would make them easier. Y'all have done a great job, but you got to put, your board, Mr. McClanahan's got to put money into marketing.
Oh, I agree.
And I don't know if all the counties need to join in with that, but
You
to
should
help
be able
us, to help us with tourism and to help, we got to have marketing. I think that's
One
what
thing
you're
I think,
missing.
Josh, that'll help is the events now. There's
Yeah.
some pretty big events coming up that we're getting ready to market for next year. We're planning that far ahead.
Yeah.
Well-
Trying to get some of that out there. IBO, the ASA, all of that different stuff, and we're doing the IDPA, and we're going to different ranges. Iron Mountain, I don't know if y'all have heard of them, in Sevierville. It's a sporting clays range, and they're gonna help us. They said they would help us, like we could take our materials up there to the.
Well, good, that's right. That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying.
Because they have a huge crowd, because they're right at the exit
But if,
407.
but if you could run some kind of commercial or get a billboard saying Tazewell or saying Grundy or saying Lebanon, because that's what helps us. It's not necessarily my neighbor going to shoot, but it's us getting
Right.
other counties, people, people
You're
in here.
exactly right, and the marketing is something we need to capitalize on more.
That's my 2 cents. But I
Hey.
appreciate what y'all do, and you've done a wonderful job.
Madam Chair, I promise I'm not trying to dominate the conversation here, but Josh's input made me think of, you guys did get some marketing through part of Appalachia on the trails themselves, because I sat in Illinois, northern Illinois on the Wisconsin border, and I watched our trail being advertised on TV. So the same thing with the shooting range, if you've got events, see whether you can get with them to work that too.
And Kim Davis with Friends has been great to reach out to us now.
Yeah.
So that's been good. And then, of course, the Lieutenant Governor's visit was good, and the Attorney General will be here next month. So I think those are bringing some attention. It's just the marketing, you're right, we need to capitalize on more marketing opportunities.
Josh is right.
Her being there was good, because it was on TV and everything.
Right, it was. And I think it prompted the Attorney General's visit too, because
good.
I think that helped that.
Good.
And
And
also, we send 2 people, and I think Dana went. Did you go and come back to the marketing that Jack and Bernadine goes to?
That's the end of this week.
It's into this week.
And
You
Bernadine
all-
reached out to me about some
Okay, I started to
materials.
say you need to send some stuff with them
Yeah.
because they market Dickinson County down there.
Yeah, she messaged me on Facebook and asked me to give her some stuff to take personally.
Okay.
So I need to get
Yeah.
that to her.
We send them down there, we pay their motel for this
She
year.
already gone now?
They left this morning.
I'm leaving Thursday to go.
So you can take
get
it. Okay.
To the Board of Supervisors office.
And another place as far as trying to connect to St. Paul, I'm not very familiar when you go up, I think it's up Phillips Holler to Trammell Gap, if that would take you off towards St. Paul or Roaring Fork, up Roaring Fork. I know Roaring Fork would take you up on Hazel Mountain, which would put you up on that side, which would take you off down Cheney Creek to Russell County, but Trammell Gap is on the right-hand side up through there. That might be a place to look for that end of the county.
We're actually working on what we're calling a dank connector,
Okay,
which will connect into St. Paul.
okay,
And that could be a next step.
okay,
Just small projects at a time,
okay.
seems to work really well.
Okay,
There's just a lot. Dale and I guess probably should have had better notes.
you're pretty good from memory.
Thank y'all. for coming.
Thank y'all.
I had never been up there. I came up there when the Lieutenant Governor was up there. Ended up shooting a couple of times, which I hadn't. It's been years and years since I shot. I don't know that I've ever shot a shotgun, but I've not been back, but I'm not saying I'm not coming back. I might show back
I think I've
up.
seen a video of Rhonda shooting one off the back porch.
That could be
Was
good.
she standing or laying down?
And it knocked me down.
But I appreciate
It knocked me
We
down.
thank you all for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I appreciate you wanting to come to the board and give us an explanation. Thank you all. Okay, item number C on the presentation program is the Dickinson County Fair Committee. Who is your spokesperson? Okay, go ahead.
So we have a couple of folks also that give a little information on
Okay.
Let me introduce real quick some of our committee members. Lisa Rowe, she's hiding over here.
Get over
She's
there.
She's our treasurer, and she also, we could not have done the fair without her. She was in charge of the vendors. She worked her job full-time, was at the fairgrounds day and night. Could not have done it without Lisa. Vicki Barton, as you all know, is our secretary, and she's really helped us out with public relations through the Chamber of Commerce. We have the 2 best pageant directors in the state of Virginia, Nancy Davis and Whitney Barton, former Miss Virginia State Fair, Whitney. So we're really proud of our committee.
Allison, I want to say, let's give these people a round of applause, please, because they've done an absolutely wonderful job. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I wanted to do that. Go ahead, but
Well,
you know my thoughts.
we were getting ready to give you all a round of applause because had it not been for the Board of Supervisors' financial support, public support, and encouragement, we would not have been able to have the kind of fair that we had in Dickinson County. So we want to give you all a big hand. And we appreciate a lot of you all coming up to the fair, but Larry Barton spent all day Saturday helping us with traffic. And he knows that the committee, we were the workhorses.
Definitely.
We did it all. But we so appreciate that. What I wanted to kind of go over is some data from the fair before I turn it over to a couple of these other folks, because you all need to know, when you gave us money to fund the fair, our number one goal was to try to get rides back to the fair, and we had a really difficult time doing that. A bunch of us went to the state convention in Williamsburg, and we met with the ride people there, and they said, no, we don't have the workforce we used to have, and we can't come to Dickinson County. But R.C. Cole, they've been doing Russell County for years, he gave us a couple of phone numbers, and we came back and we called Funtime Family Amusements, that is owned by Garth Nicely. And, they brought about 10 rides, and I was very impressed with their rides. And I've been messaging Mr. Nicely, and I said, can we get an assurance that you all come back next year and maybe bring 2 or 3 more good rides, because we had long lines, especially on Friday. And he messaged me and he said, yes, I'm going to send you dates soon, and please thank everyone for treating us so good. So I was happy, which we knew he would come back. He was happy. He made a really nice profit, a very nice profit at the Dickinson County Fair. We have tried to gauge our attendance based on ticket sales, at our gates, but also with the ride company. And then we had a pass gate. We had a lot of people that were, volunteers and vendors and so forth. Our biggest attendance day, of course, was Friday, where every kid got in free. And we still had a huge day at the gates. We had a lot of paying people. So we would estimate, based on the data that we have, that the attendance would fall anywhere for the week between 8,000 and 11,000 people, with the highest attendance being on Friday. And of course, Saturday was another big day. I want to, before I get into any real data, I'd like to ask Whitney to come up, if she would, and read just a few of the many testimonials we had about the fair. Whitney.
I got one fault with you girls.
Do
Why
tell.
can't you pick one from Dixon County?
I knew that would already be an issue.
She's a pretty girl, don't get me
No,
wrong.
I completely understand.
You're from Dixon County.
I know. I
We
completely
got pretty
understand.
girls here in Dixon
We
County.
absolutely do. And we've had a few comments on that and concerns. So per Virginia Association of Fairs, their guidelines, all that it has to require is the woman has to be a resident of Virginia.
Okay.
So if we closed it down and only did Dickinson County, we would probably have maybe 5 people in all the pageant, from 0 to 22 years old, maybe 5 people. This year we had the biggest attendance in Miss for Dickinson County people, and it was still only 3.
Really?
So if we did that, we wouldn't see near the numbers that we did.
But I had to gouge you a
No,
little
it's
bit.
okay. You're allowed to. So, but no, I completely understand that. And there's a lot that goes into it. It's not just looks, it's the interview and the aspects of it all. But of course, we would love to see a Dickinson County girl win it as well. But I understand
Each of
that.
them bring family, you spend money.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. And that was one thing. Yep. And I'm going to read the testimonies, and then I'll make Allison let me get back up here, and we'll talk a little bit more on the pageant.
We just want you to hear some of the testimonials we received.
Yeah, so this is just some things that I grabbed off Facebook, people that had posted and shared different things. This is just post. I didn't dig into the comments, but
Throughout the week, I was just trying to screenshot stuff because I saw so many people just really share a great post. The first one says, I've had a blast the past 2 nights at the Dickinson County Fair. By far the best fair we've ever had. Hats off to the fair committee. The entertainment has been awesome, and it was so much fun seeing so many people. The Pink Room Hilltop era as well, and hanging out with my friends. Check it out this week. And that was Donna Childers that said that. Thank you, Dickinson County Fair, for letting our babies experience a fair like we all did when we were younger. And that's Crystal Lyle, sorry. My band and I had the honor of closing out the music portion of the Dickinson County Fair Saturday night in Hayside, Virginia. It's always an honor for me to get to perform at home. We had friends and family drive all the way from Illinois, Ohio, Tennessee, and Kentucky for Saturday night's performance. And we also saw a lot of our faithful supporters who always come to any show that they can of mine. The mountain was absolutely packed. Y'all are the best. My dear buddy Allison Mullins O'Quinn and the entire fair committee worked so hard to make this year spectacular, and they did just that. I was informed that I will be there again to close out Saturday night in 2023. Dickinson County is truly God's country. I love my home and I love my people. Thanks to everyone for making all of this possible. We will see you next year on top of the mountain for the Dickinson County Fair. Nathan Stanley. Wonderful afternoon, family, friends, food, fun, entertainment, and so much more. Thank you, Dickinson County Fair Committee. This is the biggest crowd I have ever seen. Lily Thacker. It's always a great day when you get to watch people like Noah Peters perform. It was great to see you again. One of the kindest people with such a beautiful voice. Allison Mullins O'Quinn. The fair this year has been nothing but absolutely amazing, and I'm so thankful for all that you and the fair committee have done. Haven O'Quinn. The 2022 Dickinson County Fair now in the books. Every volunteer, the fair committee led by Allison Mullins O'Quinn, every entertainer, all the contributors, all that made this event possible, you deserve the highest praise possible. Good things happen when everyone works for the common good and no one cares who gets the credit. That's my observation of exactly what happened here. But the real heroes here are the people. The people showed up. They were given a wonderful opportunity, but so many times people in our county don't take advantage of what we do have to offer as a county. To the people who brought their kids themselves to the fairground and supported the fair, you deserve a real pat on the back. This image captures it best. Look at this child having the time of her life at the fair. That's what the fair and other events are all about. Onward and upward to the 2023 version of the Dickinson County Fair. Greg Baker. The Dickinson County Fair has really been great this year. Best one I've seen in a very long time. All the hard work put into by the fair committee has really paid off. It was great seeing old friends that I hadn't seen in decades come out. Chris Yates. Thank you, Dickinson County Fair. Y'all were awesome and so welcoming. Thank you for welcoming us with open arms, and we hope to be back soon. That's Celeste Kellogg. Last one. I went to bed completely pooped last night and so tired, but it was so worth it. Caitlin with the Johnny B. Dill Library and I with Hayside Community Library represented our libraries at the fair yesterday, and we're so thankful and blessed to see all the support you gave us. I saw Caitlin's post this morning, and it inspired me to make one of my own. I love seeing smiles on the faces of all the kids in our community, and I love to see them laughing and having so much at the fair. Fun at the fair. We were supposed to leave at 3 yesterday, but we tattooed, glittered, hair colored, and airbrushed until after 6. Many kids either offered us money or were in shock that our services were free. I was happy to let them know that our services are always free. Support for us is not with money, but just being inside of our buildings. We are beyond thankful to the fair committee and Allison Mullins O'Quinn for letting us be a part of the wonderful fair that they had this year. So you came to see us on the mountain, now come see us at the library. Sarah Rose. So that's just a few of the testimonies that I found when scrolling through Facebook, and I'm sure if you're on social media, you saw them too. And knowing that not only the hard work that I've put in it personally, but knowing all the hard work, especially Allison, that she's put into it, it just really gives you just peace of mind, and you just feel really blessed to see that people appreciated what came together on the mountain this year. So I'll turn it back over to Allison. Thank you.
Yeah, and one other testimony that I'll summarize, Celeste Kellogg, who is one of the entertainers that came Saturday, she's from the other end of the state, a family that is big fans of hers. The Collins family, they came from Chicago, Illinois, and they stayed in the Breaks, at a cabin in the Breaks. And Mike Collins messaged me a couple of days ago. He said, I hope that Celeste, you all can bring Celeste back, but even if you don't, next week we're going to spend a week at your fair and stay in the Breaks. And that's what one of the things that I was really happy about, is that people could see what Dickinson County has to offer. And they love it, they loved it. And so we're very thankful. But I want to give you guys just a little packet, and I'm sorry I only have 7 copies. So one of you may have to share. Yeah. Him out with me. Yeah. Josh was talking about marketing and the Spearhead Trail. I love the Spearhead Trail. I'm on it often. But we didn't get the marketing grant that we applied for. We didn't have enough data from years past about how many people came, and we wasn't able to be specific enough, so we didn't qualify for the grant. But the Chamber of Commerce helped us out with a billboard, and we were very appreciative of that. But I just got a message, Harmon Junction. I just got a message on our Facebook account this morning that for August 30th through September 26th, we reached 48.7 thousand people on our Facebook account. We had 33,000 post engagements in that 28-day period on our Facebook account. We went from having under 500 follows and likes to having over 3,000 followers and likers on our Facebook account. And a lot of that is due to that first page in that packet that I just gave you all, which is a lady that did design for us, Autumn Hutchinson, no pay. She's on the team, she's on the fair committee. Her design, in my opinion, will be award-winning this year at the State Fair Convention. Our slogan was "Meet Us on the Mountain," and we put in that picture things that we have to offer, things that we're proud of, our coal mining, our music, part of our legacy. And that is what was on everything that we sent out for marketing, was that logo, "Meet Us on the Mountain." And one of our other slogans was "Something for Everyone," and that's what we tried to provide, was something for everyone. And so I have given you all our profit and loss. On the profit and loss, it's front and back. It's two-sided. But you can see, I'm not going to announce it, but you can see at the front, that's what is in our checking account as we speak. I remember Mr. Peters saying, when he voted in favor to help us out, that hopefully this will be something that we can eventually get on our own, and I think we can. So this
You've
is...
done an awesome job. I'm
Thank
impressed.
you.
I knew you could do it.
Thank you very much. This is what we have in our checking account. We still have expenses to come out, and the big expenses we will have is the water and sewer bill at the Kiwanis. That'll be our biggie. But we still think we'll have a pretty good start for next year in our bank account. And this is the profit and loss goes from January to current. And so we're in the plus for this year, even after having the fair. Yes.
I thought I'd mention something because of something you said. You
Yeah.
said sewer, because you have to have it pumped, right?
Right.
In the near future, we won't have to do that anymore because Cumberland Plateau just obtained $100,000 for us to do that.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Hooked to the public sewer?
What?
That's
They're
great.
hooked to the public sewer?
How do you not
Yes.
have it anyway? The jail's on public sewer.
Well, they
The
don't have it.
fairgrounds isn't on it.
But,
I'm
I mean, the line
confused,
goes
Ron.
right
You
there.
I
said
know.
they were getting $100,000 to hook to the public sewer?
Yes.
That'll help you tremendously.
A lot,
Yes.
yeah, that'll help a lot. But the other page that I gave you all is just our team and what we had to do because we had such a big task. And when you all gave us money, we took that responsibility very seriously. We wanted to make the county proud, and we wanted to have something that the kids especially could be proud of and that they could look forward to every year. So when you entrusted us with that money, we wanted to be good stewards of it. We think we have been good stewards of it. You know, we came up with ideas of how to get people to come, and we didn't have any money. We didn't have any marketing money. So we did it, you know. So the team that you have, the next page in your packet is just our, we had to divide into subcommittees because we have very specific things that people had to do in order to accomplish all that had to be accomplished. And we have a great team, and our team works together, and, you know, we're appreciative. The board appointed a lot of the people on the team, and then other people have said we'd like to help too. And we have to have people that will help. We can't just do it with 8 or 10 people. We have to have, and it takes, I've had 2 people that work at behavioral health say, we would like to be on the fair committee next year. We'd like to maybe do a zone for special needs kids and other things like that. But we have the best marketing team on zero budget. And I think the county really needs to look at the model that the fair committee has used for marketing. Why in the world can't we market everything we have from the shooting range? I mean, we're reaching 50,000 people here. We're having people from all different states come to Dickinson County and get excited about Dickinson County. We've got so much to offer. I would recommend that the county look at hiring Autumn Hutchinson as a marketing designer. I really would.
She did this?
She did all of ours. She did all of our
great.
stuff.
I mean,
That is
this was
great.
great.
And this is all free. And I can tell you.
Where does she live?
She lives, Bartlett, yeah. She, I will tell you,
She does all the
That-
pictures for the softball.
yeah,
She did a
every
great
flyer,
job.
the Kids Day flyer that we put in the paper, Josh Evans sponsoring the Kids Day, she did that. Every flyer that we have, and I'm telling you, social media is the way to go. You don't need to spend a fortune in marketing, but we have got, you know, Celeste Kellogg came here from the other end of the state, and she's in love with Dickinson County overnight. We just have to get people to come. And so I'm not going to go on and on about the fair. We're very appreciative of you all. What we would like to see moving forward, we would like to have 2 or 3 more rides next year. We would like to be able to afford to have during Kids Day something that was missing. We had some 4-H kids doing a little bit of entertainment during Kids Day, but while those lines are really long for the rides, it would be nice if we had like a variety act going on throughout the day on the main stage so that parents and kids could take a break. We just didn't have enough. We had no idea this many people would come. We had zero idea.
They did though.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, my experience when I went to 2 nights, they were overwhelmed because they didn't think they could get that many people. So I stood
Yeah.
in line an hour and a half for a funnel cake.
Well, I know. I mean,
And,
we had a lot. We had more food vendors than we've ever had.
Well, they worked through. The people like the Lions Club
Yeah.
didn't realize they were going to be hit with this.
And
kind
we
of-
did bring back, you know, we're trying to get our 501c3 back. The barn, the 4-H took care of that. Kelly Rose couldn't be
You
here
need
tonight.
more animals.
Need more animals.
You need more games.
Right.
My grandchildren just got to, you know,
Yeah.
you need more games because, you know, you didn't have, but I'm just saying what you need, but
Sure.
for what you did, you know, it was overwhelming. Friday night,
overwhelming.
Friday night, it was, I mean, I couldn't, this horse show, who gets the money from that? Kiwanis?
No, the fair. It's the fair horse show.
So how much did the horse show take in?
Probably $7,000 or $8,000, yeah. Well, the big draw was the truck pool. I would say the truck pool.
I never
would
could
probably,
get off there because I couldn't get my phone paid.
Our special events were dirt days. We had ATV events, motocross, truck pool, horse show, the beauty pageant, those types of things. We'd like to have one more, what we would call special event, Kids Day, so they'll have something to do during the day. We did not, it's like, I'm not saying, it is, everything's a God thing, everything is. But, when you're looking out at all these people you have to feed with 2 fish and 5 loaves, we had no idea. People just kept, Kids Day, they were lined out the gate for 3 or 4 hours. Who knew that parents would, and I'm so thankful that the school board did the early dismissal.
Yeah, we want to thank
That helped.
Secretary Robinson
Yes, we
and the
do.
school
Give-
board for dismissing school for half a day.
But also, the other thing is hopefully next year we can have just no school on that day. And we didn't have a football game that night, so that worked out good. But anyway, we don't want to go backwards with the fair. We want it to go forwards. And so we would appreciate your consideration of help in this coming year. We're planning on going to the fair convention. That's where we met Celeste Kellogg. She has tremendous response to her. Everybody's like, you got to bring Celeste back. You got to bring us. I'm like, we probably won't be able to afford her next year because she'll be in Nashville, but who knows? And of course, we've got to keep the Stanleys in it. That is our heritage. Nathan was great. Maybe Ralph too can come next time. But I've got a letter from Carol Turner and Donna Fields that did our sponsors, and I'm not going to read it all. I'm just going to summarize. We had about $14,000 in sponsors from our local businesses. We had 3 pages. Rita Surratt read them off every night before the entertainment. The most sponsors they've ever had for the fair, and this was county-wide. It was all over the county. Businesses responded. We were overwhelmed by that. And
Well,
a lot
where's
of
that
that
on this page, Allison, your sponsors?
we don't have the list of our sponsors
what's
there.
the total you got for your
Oh.
sponsorship?
Okay, I'll tell you that.
$13,195.
Yeah. It's on,
Where's the first one down?
yeah, under
I
direct
see-
public
One
support.
thing I don't see, if I may,
Yeah.
is member
Oh, okay.
compensation. Were you all compensated for this?
No,
May I ask, how many hours do you think you put in, not just during the week, but in preparation for this? That's my point.
She did so much, she took
And
COVID.
so, I'm not gonna,
well, I probably had it Saturday, but I wouldn't test till after the fair. Sorry.
Her immune system went down.
Say hundreds, John.
and I'm not gonna sit and say you needed this or you needed that or this should have been this. You all done a great job for free for this county. This was a wonderful investment this board made, and I can't thank you enough for what you done. And I'm not trying to speed you up, but I know what you've done, because I seen your meeting, I know when you met, I know you did it for free, and it was a home run hit success, and I can't thank you all enough. And
I'll second it.
I think it was perfect, so I'm not gonna say or critique anything about it.
Well, we did meet in, we had our meetings in Clintwood, Clinchco, and Hayside, and we rotated them. And, we have committee members from all throughout the county. It takes a village when you have a small place like a population like we have, but I want to tell you that the reward we got, I'm speaking for myself and I think everybody, of listening to those kids laughing, listening to them just say, I'm so sad that the fair's over.
And some of them don't ever get to do anything.
Never get to do it. Where can you get in free and ride all day long for $10
And not have to leave Hayside.
and not have to leave the county? That was worth $1 million. I would have put 1 million hours into it if I needed to.
Well,
I know you would have.
I want to commend all of you. I second what John said. I commend you, Allison. I know you worked your butt off. Cause the 2 nights I was there, you was hands-on.
Yeah.
You knew what was going on. It wouldn't have been successful without you. I don't care what anybody says. That's what I believe. I know you had a lot of good help, and I thank each of you ladies, but without your energy and your sacrifice of your time, it would not have been success, and it was successful.
Thank you.
And I thank you very much.
Well, you're welcome. I thank you. And Celeste Kellogg kept saying, you know, she's become our friend, and her family has. She would be up there singing and saying, and Allison let me do, where is Allison? I only got to listen to one song, but I did go back. But I'm going to bring up just real briefly, and I know we're taking up probably too much time, but I want you all to know that we have, if you decide you're going to provide any support to the fair next year, we can't wait until, you know, we have to start booking things probably at least by January, at least. So that's just to let you all know. And Nancy will come up just briefly, and then Vicki. And I took up too much time for Whitney.
Nancy's my mom, in case you didn't know. You know, we don't look just like her or anything. But I'll be really brief too. So you guys gave us $3,000 this year for the pageant, which meant the world to us. Mom and I took the pageant over the year that I crowned. We took it over for the next year. And so this is our 5th year having the pageant. We didn't have it one year because of COVID, but this is the biggest turnout that we've ever had for the pageant ever. And I've been involved in pageantry for upwards of 20 years, and this is the biggest turnout we've ever seen at the Dickinson County Fair for a pageant. We had 63 contestants in the whole entire pageant. Just to kind of compare that, we had 32 last year. One of the first things that we did whenever we received the $3,000 from you all is we went ahead and lowered our entry fee. So in the past, we were able to drop it by $15. So that way we were hoping we would be able to reach more people to be able to do the pageant. We also were able to give away a $2,000 scholarship, and that was sponsored by Belcher Insurance and J&R Furniture. And so we're kind of already in the works for talking about things that would be popular for next year as well. Oh, and Johnson's Chevrolet. I'm sorry, John Johnson. I hope you can't hear me, you know. And then West End Pharmacy gave us $500, so we use that for cash prize for our winners as well. So 0 to 12-year-old kids that won got $50 back, so they got their entry fee returned to them. And then our teen and miss winners got $100 cash. So something we're kind of talking about is how we can involve people from Dickinson County more. You know, maybe it will be an option that Mom and I can handpick somebody who can receive an additional scholarship. Maybe they didn't win the pageant, but they had really impressive background and could really use the scholarship. But the pageant means a lot to me. I was Miss Dickinson County in 2016, and then I went on to win Miss Virginia Association Affairs. So there's only been 2 people ever to win from Dickinson County, and so we're hoping to bring our 3rd one back this year. So we go the 3rd week in January. So what little bit of money we brought in and have left over, we will use up there on our trip to help pay for our Queen to Go and entry fees and all of that. And I'm sure part of our community will go, and so we're just really thankful for you guys and all that you guys did. It really means a lot to us to have your all support.
Thank you, Whitney.
Madam Chair, I got a question for Allison.
Okay.
Hey, Allison, so I know you guys are probably tired. So,
I feel better now than I did.
yeah, get a meeting and get your stuff together, and we'll need to get a requirement.
Okay.
And no promises made, we just need to look at it and see
Well, I
what we
can
can do.
promise you, I'm voting yes.
Yeah, we wanna continue the success. You did what we asked you to do.
Hello, everyone. First of all, I want to thank Larry Barton for all that parking he did that
Glad to
Saturday.
help
Josh
you
for
out,
coming up
kids,
every
so.
night, and Rhonda and everybody else that was there. But thank you all for everything that you've done for us. And without this group and the 30-some plus other committee members, we couldn't have done this. And Josh, to answer your question, it was over hundreds of hours that she put in. Well, we probably didn't put in as much, but we tried. And I'm sorry, but Rita couldn't be here tonight. Rita and the tourism, Virginia Tourism, sponsored a billboard for the fair. It was stationed at the 460 Harmon Junction. And we got a lot of response out of Kentucky, West Virginia, that part of Virginia, part of the Southwest Virginia that we normally don't even hear from, Tazewell County, Buchanan County, everything. We had people from Illinois, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Tennessee, Kentucky, Michigan, Ohio, West Virginia, and possibly more that I did not get in touch with. And without Rita's marketing, you know, we had it going, but Rita helped quite a bit. Yeah, so we appreciate everything you all have done. We appreciate all the Dixon County Sheriff's Department, all the workers and things. We just cannot extol enough gratitude to everyone.
Thank you, Vicki. You worked hard.
I'd just like to say that it takes, as Rita said, and as Allison said, and as others have said, it takes a village to put stuff together for kids. It takes everybody being cooperative with one another, giving, taking with one another. Allison had the drive to get this started back, to take this over, to get help from the committee. I appreciate that. But it touched my heart when we was down there on Friday night and talking to Vicki when we was leaving, how tears rolled up in her eyes to see the kids, to be so appreciative to having a day off from school and a place that they could go get in free and ride so many rides. Me and Hunter talked all the way off of the mountain, how touched that she was, that if everybody's seen that, then, you know, the fair was a winner. You know, they may be things that people didn't like. I don't ride rides. I didn't get out and walk a whole lot, but I enjoyed listening to the kids holler and laugh and people eating and having things that they enjoyed. And I'm glad.
When I went,
I'm glad I
when
could
we
support
went
you.
to
I'm glad
the-
the board could support you.
When we went to the school board meeting, Allison and Judy Compton, you know, we talked to the school board, and I first was not going to say anything. Then I thought, it's bearing on my heart, being a retired teacher, that, you know, you got to say something. And so I got up there, and I didn't plead to them on behalf of us, the committee. I pled on behalf of the children. They hadn't had anything for years. And that's what they needed, was that day at the fair. That the fair is what they needed.
We have a meeting, or we're attending a thing at the school tomorrow at 3:30 to go through and view the new construction site. And I plan to stay for the board meeting and get on and speak and thank them on behalf of the board, on behalf of the county, that the school did that for our children.
Thank you.
I
Thank
do.
you.
I do
Thank all of
plan
you.
to, I do plan to stay.
Thank you.
Scotty, was there a single arrest made that whole week at the fair?
If it wasn't because there was issues.
I mean, no, I know the arrest at the fairground.
Yes, there was one arrest.
Was there? On the fair property, or?
Yes, it was a wanted person, not related to,
Okay.
yeah.
So there was no fighting, no swarping, no nothing?
It was an individual that we've been looking for several months and just happened to be there. And
So we helped you.
we
We got him out. Thank you, I didn't mean to put you on
Thank
the spot.
you, you guys did it.
We had one minor vehicle accident. It was late at night. The lady thought the road was in front of her. It wasn't there, so she ended up in the ditch. We had to get her towed out. And I think on Kids Day, we had a missing 11-year-old for about 5 minutes. We located her, but that was the only calls for service we had.
And I know you had officers there the whole week, and we appreciate that, so.
thank you for your presentation. Thank you for the job well done, for having confidence to tackle this, having the dream that you could come out ahead to start another year with. I thank you. I thank you.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you all. Excellent.
Y'all have a good night.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, guess we move on to item number 7. We have a board appointment carried over from last month, which is the Kennedy District to the Public Welfare Board, and I will now give this to Mrs. Willis.
I would like to make a motion to appoint Diana Mullins to fill out Ginger Center's expired term.
Okay.
Diana Mullins, may I ask?
She's in my district. I have a motion on the floor to appoint Diana Mullins for my appointment to finish out Ms. Center's term.
Do I hear a second for that motion?
Well, I think, I'll second it for her.
We have a moving second on the floor to appoint Ms. Diana Mullins to the Public Welfare Board to serve out the term of Ginger Center, which expires in March of '23. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Madam
Any-
Chair, please note my abstention.
Okay, so 4 yeses and 1 abstain. Okay. Has Will called in or anything? Have we
I
heard?
still haven't heard from him. He must be in a mess. He's
Okay.
tied up.
Okay,
You want me to try to reach him?
no, that's okay. I just happened to think about it. Moving on to item number 8, which is our new business. And our first one is a letter that Mr. Barton has received from the Cumberland Airport Commission, I think at Watts. If you,
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. The letter before you in your packet is one that was received. It was dated August 25th. And basically, Dickinson County, back in 1958, by the acts of the Virginia General Assembly, through the enabling acts of the Cumberland's Airport Commission, was deemed a member, as well as the other local counties and all the townships. And right now, the commission is trying to update those enabling acts with the General Assembly, and they're basically asking if we still want to be a part of the commission. I know each of the towns and each of the counties represented by the Cumberland Airports Commission received this same letter because I've spoken with the towns in the county. On this, we had Dr. Center that served recently in this role and done a very good job representing Dickinson County. And he has moved, and so, if we decide to stay in the commission, we will need to add that to a future agenda to get that.
Did he
Appointment.
give a resignation? He told me that
He
he
did.
had to resign from it.
Right, he didn't
so-
give an official
But
resignation.
he
but we'll
told
write
me
something
so.
up.
But he
Yes.
told me he had really enjoyed serving on that.
Right, he did a good job representing us on that. I know this is the first year we've actually provided funding. We provided $5,000 in funding this year. They had requested $32,000 from us, and we funded them $5,000. So I don't know a whole lot more than that. I don't know if it's something we need Mr. Rose to come to a future board meeting to answer any questions that you might have.
Did we fund it in this budget?
This budget we
Yeah.
did the first time we ever have.
We need to put somebody on there then.
Madam Chair, I'd like to speak.
yes.
What I found interesting is reading the bylaws. And, what I would, say, I'm not against it, but we are in 2 commissions, and we're in the Grundy Airport one. It might be good that we invite them to come speak to us, but what I found interesting is reading this one, they're supposed to submit to the governing bodies of the respective counties and city towns for which it is formed for their approval of budget. Now, I don't think we've ever seen their budget. It's on, it's paragraph 6.
Right.
So, and I know.
And I agree with you totally, and I don't know why we even funded it, just to be honest with you.
Yeah, I know,
Chair, may I
but-
speak?
Now Grundy, we don't
Yes.
fund anything as of yet, but I'm not against it. What I'm saying is, we maybe should get a briefing from both of them. I'm not trying to play unfair here. I know the Grundy one, and it's still working through the wickets of FAA and all that, because they're strip mining the coal to expand that airport. And all the expenses have been paid, really what they're paying is coming out, without grant money, it's coming out of severance tax for the coal under the airport. But I just think it'd be good to get an update from them as well, because at one point, James Keene was gonna come to you, but in this one, I'm seeing things that they're specifically supposed to do, and maybe we need to get that before we go ahead with this. I'm not saying it's a bad thing.
We may have that with the budget request. We have to go back and pull our budget information when they sent the request to us for funding and look through our stuff. They may have sent their proposed.
They may
budget at that
have, they
time.
may have. I just don't remember that. And then, it would be good to get some feedback from it.
Are you through?
I'm just suggesting we table it and go back and get some information, if we can, if time allows for it. And then, I'm not saying we should get out of it. And I would like to have Grundy come and talk to you about theirs as well.
Ms. Wills, go ahead, you can
I
speak.
think the reason that we support this is if we ever develop Red Onion, any CEO is gonna fly into the Wise Airport. And I think that's the importance of staying in with Wise, is if we get the Red Onion developed in any way at all. That's
I'm not
my
saying,
opinion on-
Shelby, I agree with
Wait just
you.
a second, Ron, I have the floor. I said that's my opinion, that we should continue to support it, is because of the Red Onion project.
No, that's great, and I agree with you. I'm just saying, let's get a briefing from them and let's get something from each of them. That's why I threw the other one in there too. Not contingent to this, but it would be good to get some feedback from them.
And I believe that might have been mentioned by Ms. Willis or something in our budget discussions of making that contribution was, the use of Red Onion. I believe
Yeah,
that-
it is.
I believe that
I'm not-
was mentioned.
By no
It
means am I
was.
refuting
Yeah.
saying we need to get
Yeah.
rid of it. But what I'm saying, I don't remember seeing these bylaws before, and I thought, that's good, they've submitted something.
So if we already give them the check, that's my.
Oh, yeah, that's a done deal.
With our
This
additional
isn't a request for money.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Right, with July
So-
appropriations.
I mean, but what happens to the money if we were to check no? That's all I care
I
about.
wondered the same thing.
So we done sent the check, so why don't we just check yes and finish out the year? And I don't disagree with what Miss Willis said, but they've done got our check, so, I mean, why wouldn't we just say yes and?
Well, I'm not
I
saying we
understand
say
that.
no, what I'm saying,
No, I know,
let's have
but
them
we,
come talk to
they've
us.
done got our money, so I think you
Agreed,
should be
they
able
do,
to ask
but
them to come talk to us,
Why not
whether or not
put
this
them on the
exists.
hook to give us a briefing?
Well, let's ask them.
Yeah.
I don't think we need to table this or on that, though.
Maybe we should ask them to come, at our workshops when we have our next year's budget. Since we've already,
Yeah, I mean, they've got the check now, so this don't even matter, really. If you ask
Just
me,
ask
well,
to be a member.
so we
And
are a
maybe-
member for a year, aren't we?
yeah, well, they've got our money for a year, so why would we not just say yes? They've done
Well,
got the money.
Again, I wasn't trying to say turn them down. What I was trying to say is have them provide us something.
You've
Because
not,
we don't have any, you and I do not know anything about what this airport's discussed.
but yet we give them $5,000 that they've already got, so that's what I'm saying, it don't matter.
Well, if it means we're gonna be kicked out next month, I guess yes. But if not, why not have them come speak to us?
Well, I agree. I
Okay.
don't know what we're debating, they've done got their money, so let's ask them to come
I think the appropriate
speak.
time would be for our budget workshop to have them come talk to us.
And then let's just check, my vote would be yes on this, cause they've done cashed our check.
Okay, are there any more discussion, or are we ready to move on to take a motion and second if we're ready to go with this?
It's done, discussion's done.
Okay,
I move that we desire on this box to continue to be a member of the Airport Commission with the caveat that I agree with Ron that we need to invite them here to see what our $5,000 has gone for.
a second?
I second it.
We have a moving second on the floor to check yes to still continue to be a member of the Cumberland's Airport Commission and ask them to come and attend a meeting. All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes for me. Any opposed? Okay. Moving on to item number B.
No, I don't either.
Item number B is a resolution of the Dickinson County Board of Supervisors declaring Dickinson County to be a pro-life county. Do we have discussion, or who has discussion that may have brought this before the agenda, or?
I sponsored it, but I just thought, once some of our neighboring counties are doing this, I thought we should state where we are on this issue. And that's the reason I brought it forward.
Well, I guess I co-sponsored it with you, and I agree, and I'm very glad you did. It was something that was on my radar as well. And the crux of this resolution maintains that our county, that we have absolutely no interest in supporting or allowing any sort of abortion provisions, services to be done inside this county. And I'm very proud to have co-sponsored this on our agenda with you, Ron, and I'm glad you brought it to our attention. So I like Mr. Sturgill actually drafted this. He took I think the template we had, and he drafted it specifically for us, so.
Yeah, and who else was on that email? I think,
I think I was.
So, I'm fine with it, unless someone wants us to read it.
We have Mr. Sturgill's approval.
Yeah, he reviewed it and wordsmithed it.
I make a motion, we approve the resolution declaring Dixon County to be a pro-life county.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a moving second on the floor to pass the resolution stating that Dickinson County is a pro-life county. All in favor, please say aye.
Yes.
Aye.
I would think you'd have to do a roll call since.
Oh, excuse me, you're right.
Since our names are
Yes.
listed.
Yeah, we do.
Okay, starting down the first one, it's got listed Clintwood District, Rhonda Sluss. Irvington District, Peggy, aye. Sand Lake, Ron Peters.
Aye.
Kennedy District, Miss Willis.
Aye.
And Willis District, Mr. Evans.
Yes.
Okay, yes, I'll pass this by roll call vote. Okay, moving on to item number C, which is signs on the Dickinson County Board of Supervisor resolution regarding signs on Dickinson County property. Explanation?
I'll explain that, Madam Chair, thank you.
Okay.
We had this on the agenda last night at the IDA meeting. The IDA owns the property here at the Deezer, and they approved this resolution as well. All of our local counties around us have similar resolutions, and this is one of theirs that Mr. Sturgill adapted for Dickinson County on this. And basically what it's saying, it don't mean they can't put campaign signs up on election day. That's fine, as they can at any other polling place. It's just in the time during the early voting that's going on now. It started last Friday. Between then and election day, they can't be putting election signs on the Deezer property here, only informational signs that are placed by county employees, so.
Okay. Any
Madam
other
Chair, I
com-
make a motion, unless there's further discussion, subject to further discussion, that we
Well, you
approve the
know,
resolution.
Everybody has the right to campaign. I'm saying, I put signs up everywhere. I put them up on highway department right of ways, and everybody else has too. But, they're early voting. So many people don't know who is running. I have an issue with them being everywhere, or like 25 of one person. I would be happy if everyone who's running has the right to put up one sign. Because early voting is as important to me as going to my polls to vote and putting up signs.
Whatever the pleasure of the board is.
Well, they can vote how they want to.
Well, I guess my thing is, if we bring a prospect here, or we bring, other groups here to this building. This is our government building. And they don't maybe necessarily know that we do our early voting here, and they see a bunch of campaign stuff right at the entrance of the government center, the hub of our government and our hub of our IDA. I mean, I'd like to have them down personally. I don't think we need them right here in the interest of our hub of our county. I think it looks awful, and I just
I
don't
know
like
there's
it.
several, they're not on our property, but there's several, and
And I don't personally
they're
put
on
my
AEP's
signs
property, I
on
assume.
taxpayer-owned property. I
The
think
signs that are up out there now, whose property are they on?
that's our tax, that's our, the county property.
Yeah, they're all through towards the voting trailers.
Now, the early voting signs and stuff like that can stay, right?
Right, they're informational signs
They're
placed by county
informational
employees. Mm-hmm.
Right, okay.
Yep, says informational signs placed on diesel property by county staff are permitted, so. And informational signs like we had the quilt show here, that's an informational sign advertising that there's a quilt show and
Event.
things. Those are all permitted, so.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor by Josh. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Move and second is on the floor to pass a resolution to have only informational signs only on the Deeser property until election day, because then it's a polling place. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Any opposed?
I'm gonna vote no on it.
So 4 yeses and 1 no. Okay. Okay, moving on to item number D, new lease regarding the, some property up at the truck shop, I think, in that vicinity. Is that what it is? Okay.
Madam Chair, I'll explain this. What this is right now, currently Hillcom has a tower located on truck shop property right now. And of course, they acquired that through their purchase of DC Wind and the other towers that they bought. Some, they acquired the land, and some that may have been on county property, a lease was given to them for those towers. They intend to construct a new tower beside of the current tower, a better tower to service their customers better. And during the process of that, they were looking to see what their lease said as far as how much land could they build a new tower beside of their existing tower, leave the existing one in service till the new one's built, and remove the existing one. And they realized they do not currently have a lease for that tower that's there right now. It must have been an oversight, something during the process of the sale of DC Wind.
I have a question, and I apologize. I called you on this and I didn't cover this one. It talks about utilities on page 5, or page 2, number 5. Do we pay for any utilities there?
To my
I didn't
knowledge-
think we
to
did,
my knowledge,
but
no.
I would think, don't we have equipment on there? Does that get distributed somehow?
No, it does not. The
Well,
lease
that's a
allows
good
us to
thing for
locate our
us.
equipment on there at no charge.
Then the other question I got would be insurance on page 4. What are we covering? Because it says landlord shall obtain and keep enforce. Insurance.
Who drafted this?
They're keeping it. It
Freddie
says
Mills did
the
on behalf of
tenant.
Hillcom. They had
Keep
his
the
attorney.
liability.
He
Do you
drafted
see why
it.
I'm asking?
I see that. and
Because I would think
coverage.
the tenant would on that. But I do see what a good thing is, they said they'll list us, we just need confirmation as a payee, but if I'm reading that right, we're the landlord, but shouldn't it be the leasee?
No, you're reading it right. I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, I didn't cover this one, I talked
Is
about
it
the
the
other one.
tower that we're talking about, or is it the property we're talking about?
The
Well, that's
tower's
what we
I
need to be
thought.
sure on.
Well, it's the property that
property
the
would
tower's
be
located
ours.
on. The
Where I-
property's ours.
Right.
Yeah.
The real estate would be covered by Aveco, So maybe it's not an issue. I don't know. I'm asking.
It's not, but I know what your question is.
Yeah, and that's why, the only reason I asked is just to make sure. And then there's, then go to page 5, the bottom of number 16. Landlord shall be responsible for any and all taxes related to the premises.
Well, that's
We don't
always
pay taxes on it.
true.
I think
But-
that's probably just standard
It's
language.
boilerplate. That's just
Is there
boiler-
any, and that, the only reason I'm bringing this up, is there anything that, I know the real estate's ours. Is there anything equipment wise?
What's premises means the real estate.
Yeah, the premises just.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but I just wanted
There's
to,
be like
it just drew the
tax.
question, is there any other taxes involved in this business?
They
That wouldn't be
would-
liable, wouldn't be on us.
No, it shouldn't be, and
Right,
that's
they'd
what
have
I,
machinery and tool on the equipment itself. It would be assessed differently. It wouldn't be deemed the premises.
we don't pay any taxes because it's tax-free. That's the only reason I flagged it, just
They would
that.
probably pay a business personal property tax or machinery and tool tax on the tower itself.
Yeah, so
Correct.
I don't know if any of that matters. I just wondered because,
Two different ways.
of the uniqueness of it.
Was not here, but, gosh, I don't think any of that's.
I'm not really, I know what he's saying, but I'm not worried about it.
I think we're okay. I just wanted to clarify, when it said property, premises just means the real estate. And utilities, they should pay the utilities for their equipment.
Yeah,
Whether
I mean,
we
they're not gonna
owe
hook onto
them
our
some.
power.
Right, they have a separate meter and stuff on there.
Yeah, and they bill us for that. So that, for our piece of that. Okay, that's all I wanted. Wanted to make sure. I meant to cover that before this, but. So I'm fine with it. If you guys feel safe on it.
I'll attempt to answer any other questions anybody else may have on this.
Okay, if no other questions, do I hear a motion moving forward to approve this lease? Would we have to approve this lease based on a couple of word changes from landlord to leasee? Like he mentioned there on page
Don't
4
think
under the
I don't
insurance?
think so.
I don't think so, because Dixon County,
Owns the
in the
property.
initial
Okay.
word of we're called the landlord according to the definitions in the first paragraph, so.
Oh, okay.
Oh, is there any mowing up there?
It'd just be what we
Our
normally
guys
do.
do it.
anyway.
Our guys do
Yeah,
it,
or
so
do it
then we're
anyway.
fine. We're good. I'm good. I just,
Okay. I noticed on page 1 in paragraph 1 about premises, it says, as shown in red on the attached map, marked Exhibit A, and is part, here too, there is no Exhibit A, there was nothing else in there. Will that be an attachment to the lease or anything? Is that supposed to be a map attached to this lease?
My guess is there was an original, and this is just a renewal. That's my guess, and that exhibit's gonna be with the original.
No, this is
Oh, it's not?
It's the
This
new one,
is
'cause there
the
wasn't
new
an
one.
original, so, we did not, this is what we received in the email from Miss Garrett from Freddie's office. Correct, Miss Law? This is-
and Will's looked at this and he's good with it. Yeah. So,
Okay,
well, we should have the map there. It's referencing it.
yeah, that's one thing I asterisked. Okay. What is the pleasure of the board? Do we have a motion to approve this lease for Hillcom?
I'll make a motion, we approve it.
I second it.
We have a move and second on the floor to approve the lease with Hillcom at the Dickinson County Truck Shop Road Tower. All in favor, please say aye. Aye as well. Any opposed? Okay. Number E is 5 different, I guess one at a time, lease renewals that we have. The first one would be Clinch Cove Free Will Baptist Church. Comments?
Yeah, I got some, and this is kind of pertaining to the rest of them too. in some of them, we identify who's responsible for mowing and stuff like that. Some of them have insurance, some of them don't. One key thing with this next one is it indicates that if there ever comes a time where it reverts back to us as ownership, we have to, if they've repaved the parking lot, we have to, with, considering, what is depreciation.
After depreciation.
Pay them for that, and I just don't think we should be doing that. I think if they choose to make improvements, we're giving it to them, bargain basement, because there's no money really involved. It just, if they wanna make improvements, they're their improvements, and they pretty much gotta leave it.
Is
If
this
they
the
abandon-
lease on Clinch Cove?
Yeah, that's
The
on the
first one?
Quinchgo one. But I also mention those other things because I think that these other leases, I think on these, we should have Will look at them, and we need to clean them up to make sure we've covered all those areas. Mowing, if it's applicable, and state if it isn't.
So they won't do
and
anything without
insurance and so
approaching us
forth.
first.
What's that?
He says they will not do anything without approaching us,
I would like to make a motion that we approve the Clinch Cove Free Will Baptist Church property lease to them.
Not second it.
Okay, we have a moving second on the floor. Any comments? No
I
further.
really think we should be cleaning this stuff up as we go through this. That's, and that's the reason I pointed these things out. Is there any insurance requirements?
Not in this one, there's not.
What if someone falls on the pavement? We're the landowner. Those kind of things. We have a responsibility to protect the county.
Not if it's leased to them, they're responsible.
What's it gonna hurt if we let our lawyer clean these things up and get them right and
Well, if
consistent?
that's necessary, we'll clean them up and get them right. I don't see any problem with it myself. Let's just move on.
When did 1999 is the first lease that we had with Clinch Cove on this?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's been going on 23 years?
Yeah.
It has,
My
but a
goodness.
lot of things have been going on for years.
I understand.
And we didn't realize it, or we read through it, and doesn't mean we shouldn't improve things as we go along. We didn't know we had gas tanks buried at the fire department. We didn't know, that our social services building was on someone else's land.
Has Will looked at these?
You want me to call her to get him?
You want
Or
to?
do we want to just table it and let him?
I just thought we'd table it and we have
Sorry,
him do
we
a
have
quick
a
look
motion
with.
and a second on the floor, Madam Chair.
Yes, I know that.
Yeah.
Which one
There is a
for?
moving second on the floor on this
Yeah.
one.
Klitschko Free Will, we've already, yeah.
That's the one we moved and
They
second.
moved
We're
and
not
seconded,
voting on
let's
it yet.
vote. And It's Will looked at, he can look them up, clean them up if he wants to. Let's go ahead and vote them in, we ain't no use putting this off.
We've got a
Think we need
motion
to
second
vote.
on the floor, we'd have to vote.
Yeah, we do,
Yeah.
we do.
Okay, moving second on the floor to approve this lease with Clinch Cove Free Will Baptist Church. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Who-
No,
So 4 yeses and 1 no. Okay. Are you trying to get hold of Will to be?
Trying to
it's
see.
irrelevant now.
Well, we've got
Oh, we got 4 more.
4 more.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the one for Richard and Rita Edwards. I think that's where we put a trash
Recycling
can or
trailer.
recycling bin down there. if
Not
we ever
currently being
get
used, but we
back.
could use it in the future, so.
Yeah. We just keep the lease, so if we ever get one, we can put it back down there.
So it's basically not used unless we put something there, right?
It's our,
Correct.
we put a recycling thing there if we have.
Okay, okay. Okay, we have a motion on the floor to approve this lease.
I'll second it.
Okay, moving second on the floor to approve the lease with Richard and Rita Edwards down at Hayside. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye as
No.
well. Okay,
I'm an A.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve Yates Free Will Baptist Church lease. It's a playground that they use up there, and it's our voting place. I make a motion that we approve that one.
I second it.
Moving second on the floor to approve the lease with the Yates Chapel Church trustees. Any comment? Hearing none, all in favor, please say yes.
And they do mow their own
Yes.
property.
Mark me down for nay.
Yes, will you, Shelley?
Yes, please.
Okay. 4 yeses and 1 no's on that. Number 4, Cumberland Pine Mountain Trail Riding Club. Lease.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve this lease with Cumberland Pine Mountain Trail Riders Association.
I second the motion.
Okay, we have a moving second on the floor. Any further comment?
Yeah, I would say that's the one I'm fine with because we did rework it with our attorney the last time it came due. It's kind of the reason I brought up these other ones. So,
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. So 5 yeses on that. Moving on to number 5, the 4 County Transit.
So are they increasing what we pay them every month?
It's the same thing that was in our budget. I pulled our budget to make sure the $6,000 is what we.
I thought it was 4, but.
It's split into 2. There's 2 different parts. One is for the, like the college, one is for the senior citizens bus ASC, and the other's like for the college bus. It's in 2 different places on our budget, so.
Okay.
and I think,
I make a motion we approve the 4 County Transit.
I second.
I'll second, whether he seconded.
I got some comments I would like to ask. I don't think I covered this either with you, but
You didn't look at this one with me.
is there, maybe we don't need to know it, but these are people that are transporting our citizens. Are they involved in some kind of drug testing program? Just a question.
I honestly don't know, but I would think, well, I don't know.
Because it's not mentioned in there, that's the only thing.
If they have to have a CDL, then they would have to be
Yeah.
subject to drug testing.
Page 2, under drivers number 2, all drivers will be subject to the drug and alcohol testing program
I missed
mandated
that
by the
then.
Federal Transit
That's good.
Administration.
Good, I missed that, thank you. That's all I wanted to make sure.
I don't think you have to have
Yeah, and then anybody with CDLs have to.
Yeah, but do you have to have CDL drive them buses?
Yes, you do.
Yes,
You're
you
over
do.
17.
Well, I knew they were
15
subject to a
passengers.
CDL, I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, there, and I missed
I
it,
think it's
because it was
15.
covered in
Our van
an area that I didn't think it'd
didn't
be.
have
Good,
to.
I'm good.
It was
Okay, we have a
2
moving second.
seats under.
We have a moving second on the floor to approve the lease with the 4 County Transit. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Okay, moving on to F, Hayside Volunteer Fire Department ARPA request. Mr. Barton, would you want that one?
Yes, Madam Chair, if I might on this, in speaking with Mr. Wood from Hayside Volunteer Fire Department, he had sent me 2 requests. This one was urgent in nature, is the reason it's included in our package. The other held till our next workshop. But as you know, they were involved in an accident back in May, I think it was, and they thought that their pumper was totaled, but it actually done $103,000 worth of damage to the truck. It is in Roanoke right now to be repaired, and they're trying to get parts for it. There's a delay in getting parts. The county received a check from the insurance company, and Mr. Wood indicated to me that, you know, let's hold that until the truck's repaired in Roanoke, and he'll coordinate that with me, and we can send payment directly to the shop doing the repairs on that. At the same time, so they're down 1 truck there. Their tanker truck is also down right now, and the estimate is about $5,000 to get it repaired. And basically, they don't have funds to get their other truck out, and they're basically half of a fleet right now in trying to respond to fires and do things. I know this morning, the fire on Breaks Park Road, I think y'all had Sheriff or Scotty, I think Prater responded, and along with Hayside, is that right?
Hayside, Clutch Go,
And prayed real quick. We had 3 that responded to that to help because Hayside's down on equipment right now. They really need their tanker. And what kind of put them in a bind too, they had to put a new roof on their station, which cost them $8,000. And their air packs are due a test right now, and it's going to cost them $4,000 to have them retested and approved. And basically, they don't have the money to do these things. They're asking for $17,000 for us to help them out. So I told Rocky I would put that in the packet this time for discussion by the board and consideration by the board.
Larry,
Yes.
can I speak just for a second? We have a spare pumper truck that we have at our station,
Mm-hmm.
and we'd be willing to loan it to them until we get their other out.
Be very helpful.
It's one of our oldest trucks, and that was one thing I was gonna talk to the county about was, we have a spare truck now, so while I was wanting to relocate it to a different location, like Quintwood has theirs on Candy Ridge, I would like to put one on Rose Ridge, but this time, we'll let Hayside borrow that truck, if that's okay with the board.
That's great.
It'd be very helpful if you reach out to Rocky on that. I'm sure that'd be a big help to them.
I know we talked about that,
Yeah.
Larry, didn't we?
We did. Yep. Yeah, thank you very much for your department's willingness to do that. Does the board have any questions or anything else on the request? I'll try to answer what I can. I've had a couple of conversations with Rocky.
I'll make a motion, we approve this request.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to approve the ARPA request by Hayside Volunteer Fire Department. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and second on the floor to fund through our ARPA funds, the Hayside Volunteer Fire Department request. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, moving on to G. Aveco Annual Conference approval, which is being held, I think, in Richmond this year around November 13th, 14th range, somewhere through
Yes,
there.
Madam Chair, it's November 13th through the 15th.
Oh, yeah, it's on there.
It is in your packet there, the information that came, the registration form. We included it in the packet, and I know our clerk, Ms. Lyle, has sent an email out a couple times asking, if any members would be interested in attending this. And to date, I think Mr. Peters is the only one that responded that was interested in attending the conference this year. Ms. Celeste indicated to me that she might have an interest in it as well. Is that correct, Ms. Celeste? You don't know about?
With my current situation,
Your current
I guess I
situation
would
you're dealing
decline to go because my husband and so forth. I would like to go, but I don't think I can right now,
Right.
or then.
And so based upon our updated travel policy that we done last year, or actually I think it was earlier this year, maybe January, February, something like that, any travel within the county, it goes through kind of a two-step process. There's a form, an authorization form that's completed. It's signed off by the supervisor in that department, and then it's forwarded to me for approval, and my approval is basically looking to make sure we have budgeted funds to cover those trips. Then it's returned, and once they take their trip and come back, they submit a reimbursement form that shows what their actual expenses were, and everything is verified that it's an eligible expense. But if it's a board member travel on that's kind of above my head that I can't approve, and we decided during our policy that those would come back to the full board for consideration on that. So looking at the conference, it would be November 13th through the 15th, but it would be 2 nights, and attending the conference for 2 days, the 14th and 15th. And the total estimated cost, or maximum cost basically, would be the registration, the fuel for a county vehicle, 2 nights in a hotel, and then the meals, based on the meal allowance, would be $928 on that. And if Mr. Peters goes, then I guess I will go with him on that. We would ride the same vehicle and things, so mine would be a little less, but it's up for the board's consideration.
this is one conference that I attended last year, I think it was, and you have no free time. I mean, meetings are 8 o'clock in the morning till 5 in the evening, and then if you're going back to the dinner, it's at 6. You're not out running the roads. And there's meetings from one room to one room. I mean, they keep you busy.
And you can't go to everything.
No.
Because there's 2 or 3 things going
At the
on at
same
once,
time.
so what
Yeah.
we do is we split up. So one goes to one meeting and the other goes to the other.
I just think they should move it back halfway through the state. We used to have it in Bath County all the time, that wasn't too bad for us. But now they're having it in Richmond and Norfolk, and I don't think that's right.
I think, isn't Norfolk still under renovation? I thought I heard that.
No, not Norfolk, Bath County.
Or not Norfolk, but I mean
The
Bath County.
homestead is still under renovation, is what we
Yeah.
were told last year.
Did they say last year that it would probably go back there in another couple of years once renovations was done?
Yep, they thought Richmond this year and then back to the homestead next year is what they thought last year, so.
Yeah, that's what I thought that they said.
Mhm.
Okay. Do we have a motion and a second to approve Mr. Peters and possibly Mr. Barton attending this? I attended last year, but I'm having knee surgery and I can't go. There's not even thought of me trying to go this time.
They're very informative meetings, but I don't wanna go. Been there, done that. I don't wanna go.
Do we have a move and second to approve
I'll make a move, we approve it.
for those to attend? We're members, we pay dues into the Vaco, don't we?
Yes. Members of Aveco.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
Have a move and second on the floor to approve the Vaco annual conference to be held in Richmond on November 13th through the 15th. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Any opposed?
Opposed?
Okay, 4 yeses and 1 no. Moving on down to number H, the transfer station schedule. Okay. You have, you want me to read this off or you got comments?
No, Madam Chair, I think Mr. Evans requested to put this on the agenda, and after that, I don't know if you talked about the transfer station or whatever, but Toby sent me this report, so maybe you talked to the guys or something, and Toby reached out to me and wanted to show the last time they were open on Saturday what their volume was on that, so.
And I understand those numbers, and it's hard to correlate the griping and complaining in the community with these numbers. Nonetheless, it just seems to me to be common sense to offer at least a half a day Saturday option. I mean, I work all day. I don't know if I needed to go to the transfer station. I couldn't go on a weekday. It's either miss a court appearance or miss something and have to go, so.
As a suggestion, I would say, and this is the other thing I want to point out, the other concern here is if someone comes in Friday and fills it up the truck, then you can't take no more trucks.
Well, I mean, then you shut down. I mean, I get that.
Well, we
Why
can't
I
guarantee
guess
that,
there's
so
something that says we can't put a garbage bin outside.
No, you can't.
We can, it's
Why?
according to our permit, according to what Toby told me, it's our permit, the way we're permitted, we can't leave trash on the floor, we can't have a
Yes.
place for a dumpster, like outside the gates, or,
Or we could have the truck shop set
Have
up
you
to do
studied the
that.
schedule piece of this anymore?
I think the
Beyond,
schedule piece, as far as looking at beyond what we talked about, I think we'd have to have like a part-time person to float out, like a regular
Another
person to be
idea,
off.
maybe we flex
you know.
one Friday night or whatever day of the week, a month, and so it's open later.
And whatever we'd have to do, we have to change,
I don't know where I go, and again, it's hard for me to correlate. Well, this was 14 years ago.
2008, Right.
So it's hard to believe it's been that long since they did Saturdays. I
That's
didn't
what
think
they
it's been
said.
that long ago.
Yeah. I was there at the meeting, I wasn't on the board then, when they opened it up. And then, and Shelby, you were on the board. You guys carried it for a while, and then it became evident that it really wasn't utilized very much.
Madam Chair, may I speak?
Yes.
My idea is to have a walkthrough. They could walk through just a small walkway to walk through to take household garbage only. Not back a truck up and unload lumber or whatever household, massive household. Just trash only, just bag trash only. A walkthrough. That's what we have at Yates Chapel Playground. We have a walkthrough and we keep the gate locked to keep ATVs out. And
Are you suggesting this at the truck shop?
yes, I'm suggesting maybe a
Oh, the
walkway.
transfer station.
Transfer station. I mean, at the transfer station now.
Well, now, that would be
No,
something to
I'm
inquire.
talking maybe up at the truck shop itself. They have a garbage bin up there.
Yes.
If they had just a small walkway in that you can't get a vehicle through, you have to walk through and put a bag of garbage in.
Yeah,
Were you talking about at the transfer station?
I'm talking about at the truck
Oh,
shop.
the
They
truck
have,
shop.
they have a garbage can up there.
But they
That
lock-
sits inside the
Do they
gate.
lock the gate on the weekends? so
Yes, they
nobody-
do.
So,
Uh,
problem is somebody getting in there and some mischief, I guess.
well, that's the only thing that.
Madam Chair. I like the idea, but I don't know that it may solve some of it, but I think where you're gonna see most of this need is if someone's working a project at their house.
Exactly, right.
And they have to be able to. Now, for this to have a walkthrough in the transfer station, we'd have to check because there's probably some security things and we'd, you know, cause those are under alarms and stuff that we would have to approach, and I don't know if
Well,
that's
it's
possible.
You
definitely
could always put up a camera out.
Madam Chair, at this
watching.
point, I'm making a motion that we instruct our county administrator to open the transfer station a half a day on Saturday. That's my motion. And then if it doesn't work in 3 months or
We can
nobody
try
uses it.
for a while and
Well,
see
that's
how
what
it
I'm saying.
goes.
Do we know the
I know
cost?
it's a problem, cause I have more trash than I'd ever had.
And I hear about it
And
all the
you
time.
know, trying to find, I don't want it hanging around my garage that long. So, you know, a lot of people slip over here in Clintwood and use theirs, and it's a mess up there. I haven't been up there, I don't use it, but nevertheless, I think we could try it for a little while and see how it goes.
How often?
I said every Saturday from 9 to 12.
For 3 months?
Well,
Trial?
I said we just leave, I mean, we could always bring it back on the agenda. I wouldn't put any,
If it doesn't
No
work, we
stipulation.
can.
yeah, I mean,
not
it could
do
all, anytime be put back on the
And if
agenda.
it does, we can extend it.
Well,
And I
you
know
know,
it's
we
gonna
couldn't
be
get
stressful on
employees to
Larry and
work
the
on
men are gonna hate
holidays,
it,
how
and I
we gonna
know
get them to
that,
work on
but-
I
Saturday?
think we have to coordinate with Toby with the Waste Authority because our
I mean,
permit will
flex
have to
the
be
time
updated through
of the
DEQ on
employees.
that
Yes,
to allow
that's
the
the other
Saturday.
thing, the permit for
Because we're permitted
DEQ.
8 to 4 Monday through Friday is what he just sent me a message here just a second ago, but.
Well, tell him to check it, I mean, I don't
We'll
know.
have to check on it. I'm saying we can do it, but we'll just have to go through the process of, you know, whatever hoops we have to jump through. And we do like, what, an 8 to 12 maybe to give them a 4-hour.
You got to
That's
hire
my
someone
suggestion.
too, right?
Uh,
You got to hire someone too.
if it's just a half day, then it's possible we could,
Flex
Well,
the
that's my
time.
point.
One and
we
a
could-
part-time.
we could let somebody off, you know,
Mr.
Couple
Barton,
half
we
days.
had to reduce the holidays because they didn't wanna work on holidays, so they're not gonna work on Saturday either.
Well,
We had 3 off today.
on this, you have to have 2 people there.
We had, well,
have to have
one
2 people there,
part-timer,
but if
he
we
was
could let
scheduled to be off.
one of the
But
3
we had
full-timers
another
off like a
one
half, you know,
part-timer off today.
half day on Friday and one off a half day on Monday or something the same week. You could do something
Okay, yeah,
to
you could do
to
that.
get your people there on Saturday without having to try to hire additional help.
So why can't we, I know we went over this ad nauseum, and I don't wanna start it now, but at least right now, why can't we have a community service worker down there with an employee?
Do they do that on weekends?
Yeah, they'll do whatever we tell them to, or whatever the
I
judge
mean,
tells them.
That we'll have to have
But
2.
does that
'cause we have to
detail
have-
someone from the sheriff's department to have to watch
You
it?
have to
No,
ask
it
Eric.
doesn't.
Okay, I'm just asking.
It just
Derek,
decides.
Derek.
I think you could. You just have to have, a certified operator there. You
All
have
they
to have
gotta
somebody that can run the
do-
scales and somebody can run the loaders. You have to
Derek
have two
will
of them
be
in.
with, I guess, Boney or whoever's, or I guess maybe Toby, and they'll work out those details, but he can do it on a Saturday. and-
Well, the reason I brought that up is a few years ago, we talked about using those guys for something, and there was a snag with the weekend stuff. That's why.
As far as, because they, no, I mean, unless I'm proven wrong, which I'll admit it if I am, but they will do
What was it we
weekends.
tried to do?
I'm not sure of anything on that.
We talked about, it had to do with, it was your idea, Josh, you wanted to
It was
have
the
those guys doing
bathrooms.
it.
But we've got, go ahead, I'm sorry.
You wanted to use those guys for something that would involve, it was the cleanup of the parks, the bathrooms and
That's
stuff.
what I agree. That's what I said, the
Yeah, that's what you're
bathrooms.
saying, yeah. And that became a
they're-
problem with the weekends.
I know for a fact, they're begging for locations and things for these people to do, so I don't see I don't see it being a problem, but everything we do seems like there's a problem, but I don't see it as I'm sitting here, how it could be a problem.
And I'm not trying to end it with that, but I mean, it was a problem then, so.
Well, I'm just
moving
saying, let
forward.
Larry and Derek and Toby figure it out. I'm saying, and my motion is that we offer a Saturday hours for our taxpayers and people that work full-time jobs to be able to take their trash. If it comes up in 6 months, they don't use it, or we can't man it, then okay, we'll put it back on the agenda, but that's my motion, Madam Chair. And if it doesn't pass, it
I'll
don't pass.
second it. And we'll let, Larry and Derek figure out how, and Toby how to figure out.
It may take us 2 or 3 weeks.
Well, that's
whatever
fine. I
happens,
understand that.
We'll get, if y'all voted in, then we'll definitely find a way to make it work.
It's definitely a problem because I live on County Ridge and I can't run over to.
Do you not set your garbage out once a week?
I do, but honey, I got more garbage than I ever had. I don't know why it is.
Okay, we have a moving second on the floor to allow the transfer station or work out an agreement to get or a plan to get the transfer station open a half a day on Saturday from 8 to 12, right?
9 to 12.
My suggestion's 9 to 12.
9 to 12, okay.
But I would like to, if I may, Madam Chair, and we don't have our counsel here, but I would leave it, that's my suggestion, but subject to Mr. Barton, he may figure something out that's better. I
Okay.
don't want that to be
Say
in concrete.
say half a day, maybe.
Half a
Well-
day, however Mr. Barton can coordinate it.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well.
I'm no until I see how it comes back.
My vote's no also.
3 yeses and 2 nos on that.
We'll get started on that and see what we can get worked out as quickly as we can.
Okay, the added item for the resolution for Cumberland Plateau Planning District Commission.
And that's a loose item that was attached to the
Yes, yes.
agenda on that, so.
There you have for
Madam
that.
Chair, this is probably kicking a dead horse that I've kicked every meeting for 3 years, but I'm going to continue to kick it and stomp it. This is a resolution that I drafted. There's typos in it because I was in a rush to get it to Teresa by Friday, or excuse me, by Thursday. This piggybacks on the problem that we faced as a board collectively since we all took office, and that's internet connections to our families in Dickinson County. And I'm not going to be a broken record. You all have heard this. We've all heard this. We've done everything we can do to try to get information to citizens and families about when, where, and what provider is available to families in Dickinson County. And as I sit here today, being a almost 3-year member of this board, I can't tell any of my constituents any concrete information about when, where, what kind, what provider is going to come to their residence on Pound River, in Bearpan, on Camp Creek, on 611, in Tivus. 3 years. We've spent money, we've spent our own money, we've done everything we can do. We brought Scotty Wampler here. He told us nothing. I like Scotty. This is not a shot at Scotty. I've wrote letters, I've withdrawn from the board, I've done everything that I know to do to help my people. And that's what I took an oath to do, and that's what I'm trying to do. So this resolution We give Cumberland Plateau Planning District Commission almost almost $9,000 quarterly. We get, and I know that was a swipe you done earlier, that the sewer's run right by Kiwanis for 100 years. They've had sewer in Hayside since.
So you're assuming.
Let me finish. And we can pay out of that $9,000 for you to go to Portland, for you to go to Alaska, and we get nothing. Why can I tell my family on Bear Pen when they can have internet for their kid to go to school? Why can't you get me that answer for $500 a month and trips across to Alaska and Florida and Portland and everywhere else? Why can't I learn that? So my resolution is that we actually do something, take action, send them a resolution and say, we want this information. We want to know when our citizens that pay taxes, that fund this planning district commission, when we're going to get the internet that you took our grant money from, that we've tried to get for 3 years. When are we going to get it? That's a formal, concrete move. That this resolution doesn't take the money away. It says, though, if we don't get the information, we are going to take the money away. And so if this board is too cowardly, or if you like your Portland trip so much, or your $500 a month stipend so much, and are too scared to do it, then that's fine. But I'm not going to sit back and be critiqued. For 3 years, I've told my citizens, I'm going to try to get you internet. And for 3 years, the board you sit on that pays you $500 a month, that sends you across the country, hasn't given it. So I'm moving that we approve this resolution.
Madam Chair,
Madam
may I
Chair,
speak?
I'd like to speak also.
Well, let Shelby speak.
Shelby, you can go first. Ron, you follow Shelby.
You know, Point Broadband is a private organization. They have the grants for all of Dickinson County, the 4 counties. No one can get a grant in Dickinson County other than Point Broadband. They have Body One. Body One is a 2-year grant that they use the Body One first, then they use Body Two.
And I want to clarify, who contracts with Point Broadband?
Body One is, I'm speaking.
Cumberland Plateau. I don't care.
I'm speaking.
I couldn't care less. I'm speaking to you.
Well,
Who contracts with Point Broadband?
hold it.
Who contracts with Point Broadband?
Ms.
Mr.
Wells,
Evans,
continue.
Let her speak.
it's a private company. They give us lots of information. You've got the information.
Where is it?
And we're supposed to have Body One completed by 2024. Am I correct, Ron?
And 2, by early 2025.
And then the next is Body Two. They have 2 years to do Body Two. But they are way ahead of schedule, I can tell you that. Internet is not fast. I can tell you I was 4 and 5 years getting it in my district from one.
Well, didn't you say your son just got Starlink and he's on Caney Ridge and don't have nothing? Is that not an embarrassment?
No, because.
Well, it would be to me.
Scott County's grant only did not allow them to cross another provider. My son lives where Comcast is. Scott County could not cross them with their grant because their grant would not allow them. So, I know your frustration, but it's just like me asking you to give me a list of all your clients.
No, that's confidential. Cumberland Plateau and Point Broadband get taxpayer money. For the Virginia Telephonic Communication Initiative is tax money. And you and your board vote to contract with Point Broadband and they do nothing. And you're sitting here defending it. Where's Body One? Where is that going? Can you tell me that?
Body
For $500 a month? Where is Body One? Where is that being
We do not
connected?
get $500 a month.
How much do you get?
$200 a month.
Okay,
And
is there 2
sometimes we're
meetings?
there 4 times a month. We've been there 4 times a month.
Well, where is Body One connecting families in Dickinson County? Can you or Ron tell me that?
Well, I do know that they've connected some in Ron's district.
Of course, yeah, isn't that a coincidence?
And they've connected down in
not like
Greenbrier.
Is that a coincidence? They ain't Pound River, they've not 611, they've not Tivas.
Madam Chair, may I say something?
Yes.
I'm frustrated with it too. I stopped these fellers and asked them what they're doing, and what broadband has contracted out to a contractor, and they contracted out to another contractor.
That's what they're doing to get it done
And I'm like,
faster.
Josh, you can't get no clear answer to save your life. I mean, I Pound River, I'm like in Pound River, Bear Pin, Cane Creek.
Miss Slush, you missed the last Cumberland Plateau meeting that we had in the breaks that we sponsored.
Well, there's no point. You
Well,
couldn't get
yes, I
information
did
there.
miss it. I don't know why, Shelby, but I had to go back and look. I didn't miss one
Madam
meeting.
Chairman, that's my turn.
You've missed a lot of
Oh, I
meetings this
forgot.
weekend,
No,
and I've been
I-
a lot of things this weekend, as I recall.
Did I make a
No,
motion, Madam Chair?
I'm fine with
Okay.
that.
I
Did I make a motion?
I didn't miss any meetings.
Oh, you didn't
I-
miss any meetings, but I try to participate, and you gonna throw up something like that, silly.
Uh,
I did, I have sickness in my family, Shelby, but nevertheless, I'm like, I don't think there's by law that we can withhold money, can we?
Absolutely, we are, and we don't, I can call the attorney, we appropriate the money. We can vote to withhold
How
any
much is it
money.
we pay them every month, Larry?
It's $35,000 a year. We divide that into
I
4
can answer
payments,
this.
a little less than $9,000 each
I'm
quarter.
not gonna get mad about it, I'm just saying that it is very frustrating, I'm like Josh, that we can't get no answer from them.
It is frustrating.
I'm gonna let Ron speak, because I
Okay.
told him
Let
he
me-
could follow Shelby.
Let me just clarify some things. Yes, Scotty Wampler came and spoke, and he explained everything then.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
And
He said
and
when
here's
he
the
speaks
thing.
to the-
Wait,
Okay, go
I'm
ahead.
speaking now.
Okay.
Now, listen. I'll point, you know, you said you beat a dead horse for, it's now 3 years. 2 years of that, you were on the board and you didn't show up to any of the meetings hardly.
Because it was a waste of my time, just
No,
like we
you
listened
didn't
to you
show up
talk,
for
it's
any
a
of the
waste of my
meetings, and
time.
that's your best opportunity to voice. Now, some things I'm gonna point out to you in your resolution. CPC holds millions of dollars of grant funding awarded through the Virginia Telecommunications Initiative. CPC facilitated the grant, but it is Point Broadband that gets those monies. The CPC just manages it as a pay down. They're not holding on to any money. And then you go on to the next page, you want to withhold their money. And here's the thing. Last month, we just got $100,000 from CPC for water project up on Low Gap. You go to the corner of Low Gap and Edwards Ridge, and there's a big sign. That's gonna help that project. In the last, since CPC's been on the book since 1968 to 2022, for the 4 counties, it's helped facilitate over $200 million, $201 million to the 4 counties for water projects. And part of this internet thing that you're talking about, it was CPC that worked with the Economic Development Authority to get the funds to initially put the fiber highways through the 4 counties.
Yeah.
Now, the thing was, when they did that, they were not allowed to give it to citizens. It was for businesses only, economic development. They had a 10-year relationship with BVU where they were supposed to be getting revenues and it wasn't happening. So that, where this started to shake loose, and they reached out to a private company to run this. And that private company, to get a private company to come in, they're contractually not required to give us any information. Body 1 was let, and I explained this last time, with no contingencies for them to develop anything. When Body 2 starts, they are gonna require Point Broadband to provide kind of a dashboard that shows us where they're hooking up. We are all frustrated that we haven't seen a lot of activity on this because they're going around 4 different counties installing, and they haven't sat in one district. They've been down in Quinchgo, they've been over in Quintwood at installing cabinets and stuff.
Cabinets, yeah.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question?
Wait, I'm not done yet. But you're sitting there making these accusations, and he told you that that last meeting, Scotty briefed you $10 million worth of money came to this county in the 10 years they've been there. So they've been working these things all along, and you mentioned the sewer pipe running alongside the road. Did you ever ask yourself if that sewer pipe was big enough to carry the activities of the fair versus the prison system? There's a little more cost involved in that, and that's why I mentioned that. They got $100,000 to expand sewer over there. So you're trying
Well, I
to
thought you said
attack
it
these,
was
but water and sewer, but it's mainly sewer.
Well, you
It's
said
the
it was at
sewer,
low
'cause
gas.
She
Low
was
gas
talking
a long
about
ways
the
away from Kiwanis
pump
Park.
storage.
We gave them 100,000 out of.
Are you
the
done, or
ARPA.
are you
No,
the spokesperson
and then-
for Cumberland Plateau, so I can ask you
The
questions?
thing is, Cumberland Plateau has been working diligently for all our 4 counties for all those years. And you're wanting to withhold their funding and cut our hands off from it?
Yes.
And you're mad, because if you're gonna do this, your resolution should go to Point Broadband, because contractually, Cumberland Plateau cannot stop it.
Can I ask a question?
And the other one I would send it to is DHCD, because they're the ones managing body. And I think DHC's, you mentioned my conferences, and I told you this before. One of the key things I brought up in those conferences to those funders, if it's taxpayer money going into this, we should be able to see what's going on. And you know what? They're listening, because that's going into Body 2's contract. But there's also the other piece that Point Broadband's got millions of dollars invested in this too. So they're a private entity, and more power to you if you're gonna try to force their hand.
May I ask Mr. Peters a question?
Yes.
True or false, Cumberland Plateau contracts with Point Broadband?
No, they don't
No, they do
contract.
not.
So how
We're in a
does,
contract with.
you're gonna sit here as a board member and
No,
say
we
that
don't
Cum-
have contracts, we go back and forth with them. There was a contract for the fiber network and who got to take that over. And that happened last term.
So you're telling me that the $16 million that was just awarded to Cumberland Plateau Planning District Commission from VOTI, that you have discretion on who to award that to?
No, we have to award it
We
to
do
Point
not.
Broadband.
Pursuant to what?
Pursuant
A
to
contract
the agreement of the
that you
network.
voted on.
The agreement of the network.
It's a joke. The people of this county need to stand up, and this is what I'm doing to this nonsense. You just talked for 30 minutes in a circle. You, as a Cumberland Plateau Planning District executive member, voted to go into contract with Point Broadband. Point Broadband has our money. They're not telling us anything. Our citizens and our children and our families are suffering, and you're the root cause of it, and I'm putting forth this resolution to try to do something about it.
Okay, let me tell you, when that contract was let, the Tobacco Commission was at every meeting. just
Whatever.
about.
So you
The
said there's a
legislators were
contract.
there, and VRA was there, because this whole BVU deal had people going to jail. And what it came down to was they came down because they needed to get this moved out of BVU's hands.
Can you tell me how many connections have been done this year? Can you tell me that?
I didn't bring that with me, there's 2,000, I think they said.
2,000 connections
Passings.
in Dickinson County?
Passings, because that's different than
Well,
connections.
what's the difference? I don't know the
Passings
difference.
means they laid the infrastructure to go into the house, at the
So how
road.
many residential connections
They
have
passed
been done?
2,000 residents, and they're going back as they can, hooking them up. Now, you also implied that I had a say on where they go. I have no say.
We have no
If you
say.
tell me that you have a question on someone, I can reach out and see if they can tell me
I've
where
done that a
to
million times and never gotten any information.
I've seen them answer you some emails.
Whoa. Okay.
Mr. Barton, can I
I'm
ask a
done, Ms.
question
Kaiser,
to do a
thank you.
comparison? To see if I'm understanding this. Cumberland Plateau is awarded the money, and they get the money on a drawdown.
Yep.
Went from DHCD or wherever it comes from, when Point Broadband turns them in a bill. So they're basically the manager of the money, right? Just the same way as the county is on the Trammell project.
No,
No.
it's not.
I
No,
mean,
you're lost.
No,
Our
because we have to pay.
35,000 is,
We have to prepay and then we get
yeah,
reimbursed back on
we
that.
Oh,
pay
okay.
that. We
Okay.
paid it for years.
Well, I was just doing a comparison to see how it operated, but But
No.
Cumberland Plateau is not sitting there with $16 million in their checking account to pay Point Broadband.
Excuse me, yes, they are.
No, they're not.
Where's the $16 million body grant that they got then?
They just got the grant. They
They
have
got
to
the
draw
grant, but
down the
has to draw
money
down,
when
is my
Point
understanding.
Broadband does the work.
No, that
Yes.
100%, but that's my understanding.
And this is
Draw
work
down.
that's going on in
What's
two
Draw down
different
from the
counties.
Doesn't matter if it's a drawdown or not, they still got the money. What do you mean? My bank account's a drawdown account. I don't draw it down until I spend
They're
it.
not
But
handing
they
you the
can't
money.
draw it down till Point Broadband or whoever the contractor is
And-
gives them a bill and says, we have done this work.
And who enters into the contract with Point Broadband? You think that just magically happens?
That's fine.
I think it's joint.
It's not.
I think it's
fine.
joint DHCD, Cumberland Plateau, and Point Broadband is my
Yeah.
understanding.
Cumberland Plateau was the applicant on the
They
body
are,
grant.
they are,
And
they are.
they listed on their application, and I'll be happy to find it right now because it's real handy. They listed Point Broadband as their provider on the application.
It is, because they're
So-
on the network.
So they're in control.
They have half ownership into all that fiber.
This is called buck passing, is what you're doing, passing the buck.
No.
And not having a backbone to do something to help your families
Oh,
in this
I
county.
brought it up numerous meetings. You can ask
Been real
Shelby.
effective,
Shelby
obviously.
sat and will listen to me harp on this.
We harp on it every month.
And
Well, so why don't we do something about it? This is doing something
this,
about it.
you can't force, what you're trying to do is attack the organization that is trying to help us. And you need to go after Point Broadband, maybe DHCD, and ask them the
Well,
question.
okay, what if I rephrase the resolution to ask them to contract with somebody besides Point Broadband? Will that please you?
That's already been signed, then.
It's not gonna help, because right now, the fiber infrastructure that goes through our counties is 50%
Well, I have a
owned
motion,
by.
Madam Chair.
Why can't we send this, like they say, not to Cumberland Plateau, but to Point Broadband?
You can't send Cumberland Plateau money to Point Broadband.
No, I don't wanna send the money, I'm not talking about money,
Send
I'm
the
talking about the
resolution.
resolution.
Oh,
I know we can't send money, I wouldn't want to send money to Point Broadband.
I guess I'm obviously utterly embarrassed to have sat here for 3 years and not be able, and I'm really frankly shocked that none of the rest of you are, that I can give constituents who pay taxes in this county that supported me in this office information on whether their children can do their homework online and what am I doing about it. So I'm gonna show, this is what I'm doing about it, and I'm getting totally rejected for about the millionth time since I've sat on here, but I'm not gonna stop. I'm gonna show them I'm trying to do something about it. The only thing I know to do about it.
Well, there was one other thing you could have done about it. You could have been there hollering with us at the meeting.
Wasting my time.
But
I'm
you
not gonna
didn't
spend
attend
time
the
away from my
meetings.
family. You were
And-
chairman, and we didn't get nothing done.
You were there and you didn't speak up, and you were rarely there.
And here you
that
kiss
was your
everybody's
avenue
butt.
to really pursue this, but the bottom line is, they're a private company. You can't tell them
That
to
you
do something that's
contracted
not
with.
written down.
You contracted. If I've got a private person working on my house and they're not doing it the way I want it done, I fire them. And so
we
that's
did
what you
fire
can
the first
do.
company that applied.
Well, ask
You know, and here's the other thing I was gonna mention. You're real good at hollering in front of the audience here, but you were
Somebody
never
needs to-
saying anything out
Somebody
there in
needs to-
Cumberland Plateau.
Somebody needs to holler for the people of this county, because you're not.
Oh, I
That's
don't
not
waste my
so.
time on
Yeah,
things
you don't
that
waste your
we
time on
can't.
getting stuff done. Waste it on an airplane to Portland.
Yeah, that's, so we sat through, well, I ain't gonna go there because it's a whole different topic, but I worked diligently on these and I was involved in those contract negotiations.
And that explains
And
it.
we had our Southwest delegation driving where that discussion was gonna go. Because they needed, none of you knew this, the Commonwealth was in danger of losing its credit rating because they loaned BVU too much money. That's why VRA was at every meeting. So was the Tobacco Commission, driven by our Southwest delegation. So we got the provider that we were gonna get, and then it wasn't the one that we had been negotiating the whole time. Lo and behold, it ended up being Point Broadband in the end.
So you admitting to negotiating with Point Broadband. Thank you. Finally. Very good. And the poor kids in Bear Pen and Cutter Creek and Pound River and 611 and Tivis still don't have internet.
And you admit to wanting to take $35,000 a year from an
Yes.
organization that's
Done nothing.
produced $202 million flowed into these 4 counties in the last 10, 20 years.
Yes.
Okay, after much discussion, we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? One more time, a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Can I ask, is there suggestions from any of the 4 of you on what to do? Rhonda, you've got families on Camp Creek.
I sure do.
So what is your
I sure do.
suggestion then? Nobody's brought any alternatives other than me coming in
Well,
here
I don't
raising
know that
hell.
this is,
The-
you're doing, I agree with what Ron says, because they have spent, Cumberland Plateau has been responsible for a lot of sewer and water lines in this county. We now have 99% people on public water. But I don't know that this is going to do any good, really, a resolution.
What will?
2020.
I don't know. I don't
Here-
have
Well, then
any.
what's it hurt then?
Here's the
Well,
thing.
I don't think it hurts anything, but I don't think, I probably would be for the resolution if you take that money part out of it.
They-
We're not gonna withhold our money, I
Well,
probably.
then they
could-
don't, then you know what happens when there's no money tied to it? Water doesn't throw it in the trash. Just
Well,
like every email I
They
send them.
kinda could, the Cumberland Plateau
Then
could
would
care
the
less
county not
about
be
our
pulled out of Cumberland
$36,000.
Plateau and we would get nothing from broadband?
No.
I don't know.
Here's the thing. You guys are
We're in
arguing.
the same spot we're in
You're-
now.
you're
We're not
I
arguing
gonna-
think
this
the
point
I'll
and-
vote for the resolution if you'll take
Hey,
that money thing
wait.
out of it.
They're
Rhonda.
building
What?
out.
2025, they've already told us many times, by the first quarter of 2025, 90% of this county is gonna be
I thought
hooked
it's
up.
2024, now it's
But-
Well,
2025.
no,
Exactly.
it slipped before. You guys been told that,
Well, wait a
2025.
minute, I thought when Scotty Walker was here, he said
They
2024.
tell you
Yeah, but
whatever
it's
you
slipped
want to
right
hear.
after that to the first quarter of
2024.
Well, then he said
2025.
that what percentage was, he said that the citizens of Dickinson County would be connected to the.
They told us
internet.
23 at first.
Yeah, I thought it was
99%
2024.
It's always been
Mr. Barton even
24 is their
confirms that in
contract.
2023, we were told
That's
95%
body worn.
coverage.
That's
what
the
Scotty
body
said.
We
worn.
were told
But he said
95.
70% of the people.
It'll be about
Right.
70.
Whatever.
Now, they're building out the county. They're building out everywhere.
Yeah, they sure are.
I'll go for the resolution if you'll take out the part about withholding the money.
My motion says it is. I don't care.
Well-
I've done what I can do.
I mean, I sort of feel that, we can't do anything with VDOT to clean our roads up and fix our roads. How are we gonna make them do this?
We can't.
VDOT is our state tax dollars, this is tax dollars. I mean, you can't make,
VDOT's done a good job.
you can't make people
Well, they.
that
for what
has
they
a
get,
business
when they
that
get
is
it.
working it the best they can to do it your way, when you want it, how you want it, at that very minute.
All I want is some information.
Well, Madam Chair, I think the whole board, my assessment, the whole board is very frustrated with the situation with the broadband. And, it appears that we're not going to get a second on this resolution. So we do, if we might, some discussion on possible other options. I don't know if it's the board's pleasure, if we could try to facilitate a meeting between even the full board and Cumberland Plateau representative and Point Broadband representative, or something to try to get some information.
do
If we
that.
don't do
I've
the
tried
resolution,
to
then
do
let's try to
that.
look at an
Scott's right,
alternate
Scotty.
route to do
Yeah.
something. If we don't do that, let's try to do something to try to help the citizens
I mean, and I
out.
understand that, and that's fine, and then, yes, I agree, but we've done that.
What else
I've
is
sat
there?
down here with Joseph
I know you
Puckett
met Mr. Puckett.
and got, it's bunny rabbits and rainbows. And Scotty, I love Scotty. I really like Scotty a lot. But it's bunny rabbits and rainbows. We don't get any concrete information ever from anybody. And so when I, again, have the parent asking me in my district, can you tell me when I might be able to have some kind of internet? And I'm a 3-year member of this board. It's embarrassing, and it's not right. We should have answers.
It is embarrassing.
It makes us look stupid. And maybe I've done a good job enough of that now, but by God, I'm trying. I'm gonna try for people in my district
I
to
think
get
they're
them
trying
answers.
too, Josh.
Well, I feel as a board, y'all have all worked very hard
think we're
on
all
this.
trying.
You've put money, you've done your own body application, originally put a lot of research and money and time into that. Of course, we lost out to
Yeah.
Cumberland Plateau Point Broadband. You've worked with Hillcom on some projects,
They've helped a lot.
successful with some, others never came to fruition because of not getting the additional grant money. The Starlink, we tried the Starlink, you all have done that, you all have worked hard for it, but I understand the frustration, and we need to do something else. We need some other steps that we can try to bridge this gap, to try to get more information.
Well, you mentioned something that is good as a reminder. We did try to do our own body. And we did not have the capacity to do what this other company, and so we lost the
Which
funding.
is nothing, though, Ron.
What?
They've not done nothing.
They've done some. They've been up and down the roads and
They
it's
built
coming.
out quite a bit of the county.
You're talking about a contract that took the entire 4 years of last term to negotiate and get finished because of.
What about a legal letter from our attorney to Point Broadband?
I think we can do that, but I think at some point, we're gonna have to have communication with them in order to
Well, I think
to
Fort
have them
Bravo
share
ought
with
to be
us
coming-
where they're
come in
going
here
and
and
when.
talk to
Well, I mean, we've
Somehow we
got,
facilitate
and I
that.
don't, this is not a swipe, okay, but we have 2 executive board members here. Shouldn't you know this stuff? I mean, with all due respect,
That
shouldn't
was
this?
been my argument for the last 3 years.
How many's on the
And we're
executive
not
board?
entitled to it because
Two from every
they're a
county.
private
All right.
company and they're not
All 4
required to
counties.
tell us.
Well, is there anything the board would like to send? There's a full board meeting, a Cumberland Plateau full board meeting on Thursday that
Yeah.
Ron and Shelby and myself will be attending. Is there any motion or anything we can take to that?
I plan to reach out and ask if there's any word on this dashboard that they're supposed to be developing.
I'm here in November on that, Ron.
Yeah,
I'm hearing.
I've heard it's not ready yet too. but
I have no clue what you're talking about.
Their,
And I'm
their
not-
body two is requiring point
Thursday
broadband,
night.
because the next contract did have something in it. And they're requiring them to build a dashboard that'll tell us kind of where they're
The resident
scheduling
can
the
put in
needs.
their address,
They
that's
will.
gonna tell them if they're getting service and estimated time of when, because this has been a problem statewide with the Vadi One grant.
And see, they give you a date. It
So the
may slip
motion
them.
fails?
Yes.
All right. We have other business.
It's at 5:30, I
We
think.
do not close session.
Thursday.
I don't know if they're shopping or what they're doing.
Okay. Item I, the resolution for Cumberland Plateau has failed due to a lack of a second. So we will move on to item number 9, which is other business. Do we have any other business to come before the board?
Madam Chair, I have none.
Okay? Okay, we will, I had one, but our attorney isn't here, so I will,
I can call him, he said.
no, that's all right, no. I'll just, it's not urgent, I can hold off, it's no problem. We are down to item number 10, closed session. I need a motion and second to go into closed session stating the Virginia code as listed on our paper.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we go in closed session pursuant to section 2.2-3711A1, personnel,
I sent that to you, Rhonda.
and section
I just sent it to
2.2-3711A5,
Shelby, she says I'm getting
economic development update.
Second, Madam Chair.
Okay, we have,
I'll look his name up.
okay, we have a
Third
moving
reading.
second on the floor. Ron and Josh made the motion in the second to go into closed session. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Yes.
We are now in closed session. We are now out of closed session and are taking a motion to, and second to certify that only matters for closed session was discussed.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we only discuss those issues that we went into closed session for.
Okay, and a second.
I'll second it.
Moving second. That matters that we went into closed session for was the only thing discussed. Roll call vote. Ms. Wallace, how you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Luss? Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Mr. Peters?
Yes.
And yes, myself. Now, number 12, are there any matters to discuss coming out of closed session? Okay, hearing,
Madam Chair, I would like to, on the one issue, I'd like to give the treasurer a chance to speak to that. Do I need to make that in a form of a motion?
As far as her speaking?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
That's really the pleasure of the board.
Let her speak, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
okay.
Well, we didn't want to call her in because we didn't want to talk to her, so why? Are we gonna listen?
What's that?
We didn't call her in because we
I
didn't.
wanted to.
Go ahead.
Well,
Yes.
Angie, what's been brought up is were they on their regular duty hours during the time that they were doing this and stuff like that, so anything you could shed some light on?
Yes, they are on their regular duty hours, but it is extra work. It's not stuff that past treasurers have done and deputies have done. And this is excess funds that was brought in and would not have been brought in had we not done all this extra work. There's other offices that bring in excess money and they're allowed to use their money. And I don't see why my office should be treated any different than any other office.
Would you name
Who
an
is that?
office
Yeah.
that brings in money that gets their people a bonus?
Richard Edwards.
Really?
How does he get extra money?
I think they do work like for maybe attorneys, citizens and stuff, and that you have to pay for it, and that goes into an extra fund, and they're allowed to use it. Am I?
I think they get something out of
I'm
the,
not arguing with you about it. You're educating me here because I
yeah,
didn't
well, I
know
think
that.
they
Yeah, I
get
didn't know
something out of
Source of
the
funds.
I didn't know that
concealed
either.
weapons permits too, or
Who
something,
done
I
that?
don't know.
So that's not
These are separate from
it
county
wouldn't be
funds.
funneled through a check like through your office. It would be,
There's a separate check.
No.
you know what I'm saying? I mean, it,
No, this money does not come into our office. This is a separate account.
and so like a citizen, like if I needed help with a deed,
I'm assuming that's what it is.
I don't really
I'm
know.
curious about
I don't
that.
know all the details.
Okay, and I'm not
Right,
arguing with you about that. I'm just curious about it.
right. I just know it's an extra account, and they're allowed to do
Well,
that.
I don't know where he gets that money
Well, I
from.
would too. I honestly didn't know
So,
that.
I mean, you know.
They charge you to record a deed.
So they'll do like if I'm understanding your understanding is that a private person will pay them to do something for them while on county time and they get extra money.
I'm assuming, yes.
Okay.
Like I said, I don't know all
Isn't
the
that illegal?
details.
I don't see what they have to do.
Well, I don't remember
I'm
enough.
sorry. I'm just.
I don't remember enough of this to know what it was, but I kind of thought maybe the concealed weapons permit or something to do with fines. You guys get a piece of that.
Richard
And
gets a piece
I
of
thought
it.
maybe Richard's office got
He
it
does
for
get
something.
some
He does
of it.
get
But it would still
But
have
I'm not
to come
It's
to the
all through our
treasurer.
county funds. It's
Yeah.
all within
court
our
gets some of it,
accounting
yeah.
of.
But in that scenario, like what you're saying, it would pass through our coffers. She's saying whatever that is doesn't pass through our.
No, I think
This
it
is a
comes
different
from
account.
the state takes so much.
And I just want my office treated the same as other offices.
Well,
you know?
wouldn't they
We do a
have
lot of extra
to,
work.
would it have to be on their paycheck or would it have to, if a bonus, it'd have to come through our office on a paycheck,
No.
correct?
It,
Yes.
Yeah, he reimbursed the county for the cost of it.
yeah.
Yeah.
How
So how
does
does
he
that
get,
work,
how
Larry?
much is it about,
He
probably?
brought a check in.
You know, and to your
What was on the
question,
check?
Shelby, another example, but it comes out of other funds from the state. We approved, some raises for the rental office. So that was where we took some money and it went back.
This is county
But it was from
taxes
state
that
funds,
should have
I
been
know.
collected.
What?
This is county taxes that should have been collected. They worked on their regular working hours to do it.
Extra work, besides all the other stuff that we do, Shelby.
But you had 8 hours to work, no matter what you did.
That you are correct in, but my girls push themselves every day to do all this extra stuff. So we really, I mean, you know, back in the day, the treasurer's office hired a delinquent collections person in the office, an extra employee that collected taxes, just delinquent taxes. I mean, it's a lot of hard work to collect the current taxes and do all the reconciliation for not only the general county, the school, the social service, community service. I mean, all the money comes through our office, all of it.
I know, I worked there. I worked for the county. I know what the treasurer's office did.
I don't think you know everything the treasurer's office does, and I would love for y'all to come in someday and just, you know, observe all the extra stuff my girls do. I mean, there's no downtime whatsoever.
So that's one thing I learned is, I mean, a couple things, but that one, it used to be done with an extra person.
Correct.
I didn't know that. And we do know that for many, many years, people were not really diligently going after these back taxes. A lot of them were
Exactly.
falling off the books. So that was a big plus. And we're talking about taking a fraction of it to give a one-time bonus, because we really don't get all that money back anyways. By the time, the properties don't sell for what the back taxes are, because they are allowed to accrue taxes.
I guess
for
my
20
concern is,
years.
I'm sorry, I didn't interrupt you.
Yeah.
Were you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Like, okay, so the commissioner of revenues, and I'm just using that as an example, and I'm not, again, trying to argue or be ugly, but when they do income taxes from
Yes,
March
and
to
I push
June,
myself off.
and then they come in this year and
Hours
COVID
to do it.
seized up and they're doing in person, and then they want a $1,500 bonus, or is that the precedent we're setting?
Well,
And I'm just saying, and I'm not saying I'm for, she's a constitutional officer, she's advocating for her employees, she's doing
Yeah.
what she should do. I'm not blaming her a bit for
And
asking.
I'm not, and that may be something we have to look at, because we
But
did
you're gonna
kind
set a
of open the door.
precedent, though.
We already have, in a
Well,
sense.
I'm just, that's my thought.
We have.
I'm not faulting her for asking, I mean,
Yeah, I'm
as
not
much as
either.
we may knock heads, these are her people, and she's trying
Yeah.
to get them money, and that's what, I mean,
These
that's what you
excess
do.
funds are held by the clerk for 2 years, and if nobody from that family comes in and claims those funds, it comes to our office. It's through the treasurer's office. That's all I'm asking, is these excess funds that we brought in that nobody's claimed, that I'm asking a one-time.
Is it about $6,000 you're asking for?
Yes.
Is this
Which
for,
is nothing to what another office got.
And how much is in there right now?
Right now, we have
I mean,
$22,398.33.
can I ask you, on the other office, is it the same office you were talking about?
Yeah.
What was on the check, like that was deposited? You know what I'm saying? Did he bring you a deposit?
This, which like I said, all money comes to our office, this was a reimbursement for employee bonuses, and it was $12,591.
Who's on the check? Like, who's
Hey,
a personal check?
Well, I mean, it was Richard Edwards' clerk. I mean, not him personally, but.
yeah, I
his
got you
office.
officially.
Yeah.
I just wonder.
So
who gets
his
all that
office
money.
has a separate checking account besides what comes through the county.
And you would have access to that account, wouldn't you, to see where that
No, I
money?
do not.
Because it doesn't come through her
No, it
office.
does not come through our office.
I'll see where he collects that much money. I don't know.
Well, I just think this should have been discussed in closed session if you're gonna mention other offices' names and how much they paid their employees.
Well, I guess in fairness,
Well, I don't think
I
we
don't-
specifically
I
mentioned
mean,
what
we-
they paid.
whatever, I don't know.
We didn't say, did we say some
Are we
dollar
gonna vote
figure?
on it?
Yeah, you
or-
did. You said
We didn't,
6,000.
I don't
we
have any
didn't,
other
oh, this
questions.
was gonna come up, with another constitutional
You
office.
said, well, how many thousand did he pay?
It was, almost 13,000.
13,000.
And that
Well,
was,
no, 12,591.
and that was distributed in, who determined who got how much of that, do you know?
I'm guessing Richard did.
What do you, I mean, I guess your office issued the checks though, then, right? To,
Karen did.
okay, all right. So you wouldn't know, all right.
Right,
I said it'd have to go through the payroll, wouldn't it? Because taxes have to be taken out of it.
And
Have you ever got this before, Angie?
Huh?
Have you ever got this before?
have we ever got this before?
Bonus before? Have you ever paid your employees a
No,
bonus before?
never,
No.
Never.
This is the first time you're
First
asking.
time.
First
and I've
time
only
it's
been
happened.
asking of one time, you know, I'm not
Do other treasurer's office? do
I know
this?
that because I started the same time, so I know we've never addressed this
Well, what made you
before.
think of this?
Because I knew we had these excess funds that we brought in, and I know how hard my girls work. And it's something I wanted to do for them, especially after I, you know,
Now,
find out,
sorry, go ahead, I'm sorry.
when you find out somebody else gets it, you know, and my girls work hard.
So the 26,000 is not just delinquent taxes, it's, what do you keep saying, it's excess?
Okay, let's say, for instance, we have a land sale, and the delinquent taxes.
Are paid.
The attorney fees, the auctioneer fees, any fees that's out there. Let's say there's all that comes up to be 20,000. Let's say the land gets sold for 26,000. That $6,000 is excess funds.
So the delinquent's paid.
So it is extra money.
Delinquent's paid,
The attorney's paid.
everybody's paid.
I understand.
That's
what you're
another
saying.
good clarification point.
The $6,000 is.
Well, I'm more interested now, I got 10 times more clarity on what you're
Yeah,
saying, but I'm more
that's
interested in
kinda
this
why-
other thing.
I am too.
And you know, I'm not here trying to cause any trouble. I just want my office treated equally, you know?
And if you don't advocate for them,
Exactly.
because you are their boss, so to speak.
And I'm not asking for myself.
And we were told it was excess, but it didn't click until you just explained that there. You know,
Yeah,
so that
everybody's
adds
paid.
clarity.
This is money that is over what, after everybody's paid, this is excess money. And it's held in account for 2 years. And
So-
then if somebody in the family doesn't go in and claim that money, then that money comes back to us.
And under her leadership, and this office has done something historically we've never done
Madam Chairman,
forever.
Yes.
you know, the commissioner brought in about $400 and some thousand extra back a few years ago. It was Mike Yates, and I don't care to mention his name. He brought in some excess funds that he audited the severance. You know, he didn't ask that his employees get a big bonus. We divided the bonus between every employee in the county. We didn't ask for an individual in the commission. I didn't work there. But anyway, he did not ask that his employee get a special bonus just because he brought in all this extra money. He brought it to the county, and the county willingly gave every employee in the county a $500 bonus from that.
That was a lot of money.
Well, I guess you don't care as long as you get your six.
That has nothing to do with my office.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I'm advocating
Well,
for my
that's what I'm
office.
saying. That
So
Well,
that's
let's do
another
something.
example where we've done something similar, but you know $6,000
but she's just
isn't
asking
gonna
for one
spread.
personal office.
Well, what I say is
Yeah,
if
but
we give
it's the
it,
office that did the work.
if we give
It's
Miss,
the office that done the work, that's correct.
Yeah.
if we grant Miss Rex's request, then I would say then we divvy the rest of the 20 amongst our sanitation workers.
I would say we should look at
They
who
didn't do
we
the work.
really need to give that to.
You ain't got
I'm
but
not-
20.
Well, I mean, I'm saying you're not asking for the whole amount, right? I mean, you're just asking for the 15 each.
Just for the bonus.
Yeah.
That money, the rest of it,
Would go to the general fund.
it's in the general
Or
fund.
will once it,
Right.
the time
Well, I
passes.
mean,
All of
it
it
is in
should
the
go
general
to the general
fund,
fund.
basically. I don't have my own personal.
No, I know, that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, but
You know,
But it's,
but other things that our office needs, cause our computers are getting, you know, there's not a lot of money for office supplies. I know that. So the rest of that money, I think, you know, we should be able to use when we need new computers. Our printers are going out on us, you know.
that makes it a lot clearer. We weren't really clear.
Yeah, it does.
Because the delinquent tax, so the county's owed, or paid what it's owed. The property just
In
brought more
most
than what was
cases,
owed.
in most cases, because I'm sure there's
Everything
some.
was paid, like I
Yeah.
said. Us, delinquent taxes, TACS, all the legal fees that was paid out, the auctioneer, any monies that was paid out, this is excess over that.
And in fairness to us, then, I mean, that's your off job,
County fund.
like what has been
And
said.
I agree,
Right.
but like I said, we take on a lot of extra stuff that, the other treasurers did not.
How many years has that been accumulating?
I think the first one we got, of course, I had land sale in 16, and it's held for
Till
like I said,
18.
2 years.
Yeah, that's
So
right.
after that, then,
It is cheats.
yeah.
So 18, then when you had a land sale, if you had one in 17, then you got that in 19, which got added to it.
Can't believe we've
Okay.
been here to
Okay.
11.
So the land
And we got
sale,
more coming in November if nobody in the family claims it. Which, I mean,
Or
I've
does the
contacted
families
families
know
and
that
let
they
them
can claim this money?
Do what?
Does the families know they can claim this money?
I'm sure I'm guessing.
Do
that-
you let people know that, do you send them a letter that this money's standing here, that
Well, we-
you have
No, I
access
don't.
to?
I do not.
To do the sale though, they would have had to been given some sort of
Yeah.
notice.
Notice, yeah, and it's like,
But
Right.
I'm sure they don't know they
That's
sold
true.
it for excess.
Well, you're right, but I guess they were notified it's being sold though.
yeah, it's,
But
Do
who
you
would
ever
know
have-
that there was excess in it?
True.
do you ever have a family from a sale to ever contact you back to say, did that property sell?
We actually, the land that Josh bought, that family came forth, yes.
Oh, really? Okay.
well, and don't they get a letter? Cause I know my mother-in-law's
It
place,
was
we,
excess
The
money.
Flemings.
we got a letter on my mother-in-law's place
But
and it
did you
says what
get
it's
a
sold for.
letter that maybe they sold it for excess? That you were entitled to part of it?
What, what's that?
Did you get a letter saying that it was sold in
No,
excess?
I don't, and I don't, these are, you're talking about families that a lot of times didn't pay their taxes for 20 years.
But what she's saying is sold for excess, the family can come back in and reclaim some of that. Did you come back to see if it sold for excess?
No, we didn't bother with it.
That's a good point. But you're not legally required to do that.
No. And after a certain
It's just
time,
hidden
it's
money.
released, right?
Do what?
You're coming to us now because this money's been released.
It's
Yeah, I
gonna-
mean, they've
That
been several
income.
checks released, it's just been accumulating.
It's gonna.
I mean, you gotta look at, everyone gets mailed a tax statement every year, but somehow we have to orchestrate these sales and all this legal work to go get taxes that people
It's not
didn't
Katie
pay.
said, not
They know
everybody's
every
gonna pay
year
their
they're getting a
taxes.
bill, so I'm
Yeah,
not
but not
really
everybody's
worried
gonna know
about.
you sold it for excess.
Well, they ought to check into it.
Well, who would have known? I didn't know.
Ms. Rake, so this 26,000, it's not like we've got this in a special account. This is what's the extra over this period of time.
Right.
So this has already come into the general fund and been spent or been
It's not
whatever.
been spent, no, it's sitting there.
So this extra money,
So it's already in the general account?
Yes.
do you follow what I'm saying? So if like you sold a piece in 16 and it garnered $1,000 extra, then that money would have done escheated to us in 18, right?
Yes, correct.
So did we not spend that hypothetical $1,000 already is what I guess I'm saying. Do you follow what I'm saying? Have we
I would
budgeted?
ask that it be kind of put aside, separate, correct? Is that what?
It's designated, I
It's
think,
designated, kind of like its own line item.
it's a line item that
Yeah.
shows the balance in it. and stuff.
Designated as excess funds.
But it's in the general fund, part of the general fund.
I don't have any other questions, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair.
As far as, I guess better get the word out that they can come back and ask that, shall we?
Oh,
Kinda like,
I hope people are listening.
Veterans credit, the
Probably not.
retirees credit, all that.
Yes.
Don't we
But I
have
think
some
people
motions
ought
on
to know if
personnel
they
matters
sold
that
it
we
for
need to make?
Oh,
We don't have to on them other ones.
On the Kinder, okay.
well,
Do we?
so
Just there's
If
an
you're
issue.
ready for
I make a
supervisor's
motion, we
comment.
approve Angie's request.
Well, since clarifications come to me, I'm gonna second it.
Okay. We have a moving second on the floor for the Treasurer's Department request for 4 employees a bonus pay, a one-time bonus pay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
I'm gonna vote yes.
All right, so we have 4 yeses and 1 no.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Andy.
you.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you for it. Yeah.
Now, as far as
help-
the sanitation.
You help shine light
I
on it.
want
I
to.
do want some, I might get with you and get the information on that other thing.
Okay, so that takes care of item number 11 and 12, right?
Well, when we come out.
We ain't done
Not this
12.
one.
So that's all we got, right?
Well, shoot, that's got 2 right there. 12,
Huh?
2 12s.
Yeah, it's supposed to be 13.
Supposed to be 13.
Okay, before I ask for supervisor's comment to close out or to start getting down to the end, the thing that I had said a while ago, Mr. Sturgill, that I would wait and ask later when you was here, whether it was tonight or next month. Last month, there was a request for information about a conflict of interest for April Collins to serve on the DSS board. And I was wondering, do you have an update on that? Because that was,
They want Attorney General's opinion.
yeah. Do you have an update for that?
Yeah, if you all want an Attorney General's opinion, I would ask for a motion and approval from the board to get that. But I've reviewed the code extensively on this. I think it's pretty clear that there's not a conflict of interest for the overall board appointment for DSS. However, I can't state that she would have a conflict, would not have a conflict of interest depending on the case or the situation. And I can't really specify or go into it without knowing the specific case or situation, and I think that would be up to
In that case, she would be
Social
required to
Services
abstain.
Correct.
Kind of like what Josh has to do on social services.
Exactly.
Yes.
And so, based on my review, I think it's pretty clear that, again, she can serve. However, that there may be a conflict depending on certain circumstances that would have to be reviewed on a case-by-case basis.
Okay.
And
Did
their
she
attorney.
submit her letter? Did she submit a letter from her boss saying that it was not a conflict?
That is
department.
true, that her employer, which of course is the state of Virginia Department of Juvenile Justice, declared that it's not a conflict. Did receive that, reviewed it, and what I would say to that is, again, I've already given my opinion on it, but at the end of the day, it's whether there's any conflicts that occur within her role with Department of Social Services on the board, of whether there's a conflict of interest or an appearance of impropriety for whatever reason, for dealing with her role if it comes in. And again, to me, that would be on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay. Supervisor's comments, starting with Ms. Willis, which I usually start on that end all the time. You have comment, Ms. Willis?
I have a comment, but I'll give it to myself.
Okay? Go
Well,
on.
I've got a couple of comments. Shelby brought it to my attention at the last meeting. I said I would not take my grandchildren down to the fair if beer was served, and I did take them to the fair, so I want to compliment that I did go around and look where the beer garden was, and I saw nothing out of, I did not see anybody drinking any beer, and when I went around to the booth, there was very few people there.
They
So,
had to go back and replenish, so they sold a lot.
well, they might have, I don't know about what they sold, but I don't want people to think that I told a fib the last board meeting, because I did take my grandchildren down there one night, Friday night, so I want to make that clear. I also want to say that the Clintwood Hootin' in the Holler, I did attend that, and that was I think for the first time, they did a good job, and I think it was, the band was really good, and I enjoyed it, and I think that will be successful in the years to come, and I appreciate the town council and the mayor and what they did. I also would like to, I did come at that day and visit the quilting Guild downstairs here with some beautiful quilts. I try to support them in what they do. And I also want to wish Ridgeview a wonderful homecoming and much success in the football. And I enjoyed the football game I went to. The band was marvelous. I was very, very proud of the band, the cheerleaders, and the team. And we all know how good the team is. And I hope for a wonderful homecoming.
Mr.
God
Evans.
bless you.
Yes, Madam Chair, a lot. It's been a very long meeting. Don't want to make it any longer. But we had a very good day today, and I know that the decision we made to develop the high school property was not missed on any of the five of us. And what I said at our groundbreaking, I meant that it's kind of a rare thing that we were together on that, and I'm proud of what we've gotten accomplished in bringing the largest non-energy, non-coal private investment to Dickinson County in the history of our county. So I meant what I said, and I congratulate you and us and our staff in getting that done. To me, as much maybe, I don't know, sarcasm and poking that the public may give us on that, no other board, no other IDA, no other administration has ever brought 12 to 15 million private dollars to be invested into this county. So I'm very proud of it, and I will defend it to anybody. So I'm very happy we got that done. Larry, I know, and I maybe failed to articulate it as good as I should have today, that to tie this thing up and finish that, you've done a lot of work, and I appreciate it. Apologize publicly to Miss Willis and Mr. Peters for losing my temper earlier. However, frustration is not, that's the easy word on my feelings on this internet. I mean, I'm inundated and have been inundated daily with people asking in my district, when is the internet coming? And I don't know, and I sincerely mean it, what to tell them. And it doesn't feel like, I don't feel that you all can tell me what to tell them, and it's very frustrating. Should I yell and scream? No, but that's what I feel like doing, and I don't know what else to do. So
You should have got several people hooked up or signed up last week.
well, where I don't know where. Tell me where.
Big Ridge.
But anyway, I hope you'll accept that. It is what it is. I'm not necessarily sorry for bringing it to you. I mean, but I don't know what else to do. So, but anyway,
It used to be Big Ridge.
Dana, you've done a great job. Very good to hear your report. I appreciate it very much. The fair, we've done said, was an amazing success. Beer garden or not, I'm very proud that we funded that, and I'm going to hope that we will continue to fund that. And so I hope we can take this positive energy, like Rhonda said, hooting in the holler, wildly successful in my opinion. We've got a lot of positive energy, and I'm very proud of what we got done today.
Mr. Evans.
Yes, that's right, Ms.
Mr.
Kaiser. If you don't, Mr. Peters might mention it, but we do have the Autumn Fest starting Friday, which is always good. The weather looks a little shaky, but,
Okay.
Mr. Peters, go ahead.
I'll piggyback on what Josh talked about. The Food City project is really a tremendous opportunity for this county, and it's coming together. We finally got movement on earth, as Josh said earlier today. That, what you folks don't understand is that's the culmination of work that started all during last term by both boards, and then started to take hold, and we got it moving in our term. So yes, there's other ideas, but we tried to advertise out there for other things. This was our best option, and it comes. For those that are wondering about internet, all I can tell you is we cannot force the private industry to tell us our schedule. We've asked, I've hollered about this. The only information I got that I can tell you is right now, they're saying it's first quarter of 2025, the majority of our county should be hooked up to fiber. Will that slip? Possibly. I had one about 6 months ago that I was told they'd be there next month, and it was 2 months later that they came, you know, because things slipped. They're dealing with issues with supply chain stuff, as well as they're not gonna hire an entire staff to populate 4 counties at one time. They've gotta move around, and I have no control over where they go. They did a little bit at my end of the county when they first started, because they were working across the border. In Buchanan County at the time, they just came across, and then they stopped. And I had continuous calls from the guy that was 500 feet away, and he didn't get hooked up. So in a couple months, took about 4 months, and he finally got hooked up. So I have no control. They didn't just start there. Then they jumped, I think, over towards your area.
They went to the brakes also first.
Yeah, and I've seen them down in Quinchgo. They've been in various places. So,
Yeah.
and but they don't. There's no control we have on where they go. And I think it's ridiculous too, but that's just the way it
They
is.
built out Dr. Ralph Stanley Highway.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I just want to thank everybody that came tonight, the presentations that was made. I thank Larry for what he has done since he has come on board with this Food City project. We thought we was close over a year ago and got an anecdote in the pot that Larry had to spend a lot of time on. And Lehman has been a wonderful engineer. I know Food City's got their own engineers, but Lehman has done a wonderful job. I just think, I'm like Ron and Josh, I get very few calls from my people. I mean, every now and then somebody will send me an email or send me a Facebook message asking about internet, but I get very few. But when I'm asked and I can find out where they are, I let people know. I answer these people's emails. I send them to Cumberland Plateau. Sometimes it takes 2 or 3 days to get an answer, but I tell the people, you know. I try to be there for you. We're not all 100% accurate or on top of things, but I think we have all tried.
Just to add to this, anyone that needs to know in their area, this doesn't work 100% of the time, but if I get the address, I can, and any of us could do that, send it to Scotty Wampler, and he can kind of get an idea when they plan to be there. Not guaranteed in every case, but like in...
Well, he hasn't, and I'm not want to get back into this, but I've not been successful with that, so.
Scotty asked last week, and lo and behold, he came right back, he got it right away, and
Were
it's...
you on your question?
Scotty Owens asked last week on his house, and I sent it to Scotty Wampler, and he, while we were talking about other things, it came back and it said, you're not till body 2, and they haven't started body 2. Does that give you, all I can tell you is by the first quarter of 2025. That's all.
Body 2 doesn't start until the end of 24.
What's that?
Body 2 doesn't start until the end of 24, does it?
No, I think it's supposed to roll in pretty soon, or 2023 sometime. But they haven't finished the contract yet. I think they were supposed to have everything done, because they said 90% or better. They told me and Larry 95% initially.
That's on body 1.
Well, no, I think it includes body 2 as well.
Is that all?
Yep.
I'll entertain a motion to
So
adjourn.
moved, Madam Chair.
But
Second.
body 2 has 2 more years on it.
Second, anybody for?
I second it.
We have a move and second to adjourn. All in favor, please say aye.
Yes.
Aye as well.